In 1993, a little show that no one expected to make it through a single season debuted on the Fox network. The rest is history, and there's a lot of history, more than 20 years worth. Hundreds of episodes, 3 feature films, including one being released by Lionsgate in 2017, an incredible live stage show, toys, video games, and fans. Lots and lots of fans. And this weekend in Pasadena, California, the most diehard of those fans have gathered here at the Pasadena Convention Center to celebrate that little show and the franchise it spawned. You may have heard of it, that franchise called Power Rangers. And this is Power Morphicon 2016. My name is Brian Ward, and I'll be your host as Shout Factory takes you through the ins and the outs of the Power Rangers franchise through a look at some of the bonus features we've released on DVD, as well as interviews from right here at Power Morphicon with members of the cast, the crew, Power Morphicon staff members, and yes, the Power Rangers Legion of fans. On Friday evening, during the show's preview night, I got a chance to interview Scott Zillner, the man responsible for making Power Morphicon what it is today. Let's take a look at that brief interview. So we were here, obviously, with the man, Scott Zillner. Scott, you couldn't have possibly thought that when you started this 5 conventions ago, that it would end up being as big as this has become.
One thing that we've noticed when I took over the show in 2008 and then did our first show in 2010 for me taking over the show,
right,
is that we had like 250 people to the original event, and we had well over 1,000 for that event. And the every other year we do the show, every other year it almost doubles in attendance. And so this is obviously our fifth show, and it's our biggest show to date.
How have you managed to grow the show so much from convention to convention?
I think one of the big parts of it is by doing the convention and doing the convention every other hour, it made people like, I love Power Rangers. There's a convention for Power Rangers. So they save up and they wait for it, and then they all show up at one time. And that's where you get the energy that you have here.
Well, that's the beauty of it. This is because it's always at the Pasadena Convention Center, because it's always, in one location. It's almost like San Diego Comic-Con. It is a destination every other year.
It's a destination, and it's an event. I went to Power Morphicon.
So what is it about Power Rangers that brings this lot to the Pasadena Convention Center every other year?
I think it's just their love for heroics, their love for giant robots smashing each other, their love for wacky characters getting in trouble, and the fact that they are always redoing their people. Like every other the season, we have a whole new team.
Yeah,
we got a whole new people to fall in love with, and by the time the season ends and we love them, we get another season with a whole new cast. And we get to love them as much as we loved the other ones before.
So clearly you love the show. What is it about the show each year that brings you back for more? What do you look forward to?
I would love not to do the show. I really would. It's so much work. But the thing is, like when I do it today, so many people come up and say, Scott, thank you so much for doing the show. This means so much to me. This means the world to me. And that's why I just keep struggling through and making the show every other year and making it as good as I can and not sleeping. And then we get these events that we have here today, and everyone's so happy and glad to be here. That's what makes it worthwhile in the end. Totally.
It's worth it every single time. Now, granted, we're not putting in that, but every time we come to this show, it just makes us happy to see that there are so many people that are legitimately enjoying themselves.
Yes.
And it just separates this show from the others. Is there anything this weekend that you are looking forward to?
Well, tomorrow is, of course, our Saban panel.
That'll be a big deal.
You never know what's going to happen at a Saban panel. So I think that's going to be one of the big highlights of the show. We've got the cast of Zoo Ranger here that you guys put out the box set for. So everyone that may not known where that history was got to watch it on the box sets that you guys are doing, which are great. And now that we've got the actors here, we brought in Kichi Wada, which is the Red Dye Ranger, which you guys did that.
We did that one as well.
Now you got Zio, so I'm actually falling behind on bringing in Japanese guests for you guys. But it's that kind of great stuff that just keeps happening over and over again that it gives people more and more to love about the series and enjoy themselves. And then they come to this show where every single person here loves the stuff as much as they do.
Right.
So that makes a difference.
And it shows. We appreciate you taking the time. Good luck this weekend.
No problem.
It's always a fantastic show. We're looking forward to seeing all the fun.
Great. And remember, buy your DVDs from Shout Factory.
Do it. Many thanks to Scott Zillner for taking time out of his crazy schedule this weekend to talk to us. Let's learn a little more about the history of Power Morphicon through a featurette all about the con called A Convention with Attitude.
Oh, hi. My name is Scott Zillner, and I run Power Morphicon.
Power Morphicon is all things Power Rangers.
In short, it was fandemonium. It was
immense.
Thousands and thousands of people come.
Didn't know like it was such a huge following until we went to this Power Morphicon, and then we walk out and you just hear this like crowd of people just roaring.
When you think of Power Ranger convention, you're gonna open that door and go, surprise, and see a bunch of little kids with cake and it's not. They're all adults.
And they dress like Power Rangers.
So, I mean, I've seen the Green Ranger plenty of times, which are pretty cool costumes. Other people dress up as Rangers.
Power Morphicon. Now that was a brilliant experience. I mean, just to be part of something like that was fantastic. The show shaped my childhood, and the fact that it has its own convention just proves how successful it really was.
Power Morphicon is a wonderful event that has now going into, I believe, its third iteration coming up soon. It's an event created by fans of Power Rangers for fans of Power Rangers.
Power Morphicon is the one and only Power Ranger convention in the United States.
It's a bi-yearly event
in Pasadena, California, where you can meet all your favorite Power Ranger actors from years of the show.
Now that the show's kind of having its renaissance again, we're starting to get invited to appear with them.
It's pretty cool because there's other Rangers from other seasons that I get to see. A lot of times it's like, you know, I'll run into like Selwyn from In Space, and, you know, it's always cool to see him. Or sometimes I meet Rangers that I've never met.
I actually got the chance to meet Blake Foster, the Blue Turbo Ranger, Walter Jones, Jason David Frank, Karen Ashley, Nikki Baris.
We got the stuntmen and the directors, and you got people that played the villains, you know, Scorpina, and you got the
writers, we had stunt people, we had voice actors, we had composers. I mean, it was just great to have all these people together just in the same place. And you could just talk about them, you could talk about their work, ask them questions.
For 20 years of having a show, you develop some questions that aren't answered, so the panel, they just sit up front and kind of talk about the show from their perspective while shooting it and get to answer all the questions that, you know, we're interested in knowing.
They can pretty much ask us whatever they want, and whatever we can remember, we'll share.
I would definitely say that was probably where you get your money's worth, was the panels, because it's really a one-on-one interaction and you learn a lot.
And they were genuinely interested to hear from you. I mean, they really were interested in what fans had to say, which was obviously brilliant.
A chance to see all your heroes from your childhood in person, to shake their hands, to get their autographs, it was just amazing.
And we had so many fans that come out, and being part of the original cast is you know, special to me, because I was the beginning of this thing that has grown and continued to grow for 20 years, and to be at the Power Morphicon and have all the fans come out and just to be so appreciated and so loved.
I feel grateful. I feel really, I mean, I know it sounds silly, but like I really, truly do. I think that I feel grateful to be a part of something that means something to so many other people. And I think the fan actor interaction is interesting.
And they still have that excitement is still there for us after all these years.
I was sitting with some dude on just like a bench, and Greg Aronowitz happened by us, and we ended up talking until maybe like 2 a.m. about stuff he had wanted to do for SPD and Mystic Force if he had continued as an executive producer.
I think the funnest part about Morphicon really was getting to hang out with the fellow fans.
So say you're missing that one specific toy.
So I was missing this one specific toy.
Or half a dozen different toys.
Or maybe half a dozen different toys. And where can you go where you can find a huge selection of both brand new and vintage Power Ranger toys?
Power Morphicon has the largest selection of Power Ranger toys ever, I'd have to say, in the United States, and will keep growing to be bigger and bigger.
There may have been just a moment of nerd anxiety when I saw just how big the toy vendor room was at Power Morphicon 2. My first purchase was from CS Toys International. My girlfriend was with me, and she's usually the one that's supposed to, I guess, be the voice of reason and say, "Put that back, you can't have it." But this time she was kind of an enabler. And we just kept going back to the booth again and again, and I kept stocking up on all the great stuff they had. Finally, Mr. S, who actually flew in from Japan to be there, he interviewed me for his live show that he was doing from Power Morphicon 2, letting everybody know just how many toys I'd bought.
So I was there, at the Pasadena Morphicon lot 2010, and wow. I saw that just all the different ages of fans gather there, enjoying the talking, cosplaying. I love it. It's really nice to see that different approach, from how we do it here in Japan, but how you do it in the United States.
A few years ago, I went to the very first Power Morphicon convention. And it was amazing because I was in the process of doing some other work there, and so I was interviewing people for something that someday I'm going to do, and I interviewed everybody from 5-year-old kids up to a pair of 65-year-old guys from England that had come over dressed in full Ranger regalia.
It's amazing to me to see people who've literally flown halfway across the planet, in some cases more than halfway across the planet, depending on their routes.
I met fans from Australia, I met fans from all over the world.
It was very much worth the 5,500-mile trip to get there.
There are people who started saving after the original one 3 years to get to the second. There are people who've been saving since the second to get to the third.
And then we have the fans. I mean, I've met some amazing friends through this. I really do have some great friends out of this experience.
Power Morphicon got started as a Make-A-Wish Foundation wish. So the very first show in 2007 was just basically that. It was a Make-A-Wish Foundation wish for a kid to have a Power Ranger convention because there was no Power Ranger convention.
And it's growing every time. I think the third one is coming up, and I'm sure it will continue.
We're really looking forward to this next Power Morphicon because it helps us to kick off the 20th anniversary celebration of Power Rangers, which is going to be in 2013. And we believe this will be the biggest Power Morphicon yet.
If you love Power Rangers, support Power Rangers. Watch the shows, buy the DVDs, go to the conventions, and let people know on social media that you love Power Rangers. And it's not just for kids, but it doesn't hurt.
Would I go to Power Morphicon again? Yes. The answer is yes.
If you've never been, go. You shouldn't even consider yourself a real fan if you don't make the time to go to Power Morphicon, I'm just saying.
My brother and I already have our tickets.
I am signed up to do this again. I'm there for Power Morphicon 2012. And I'm very much looking forward to it.
Go to Morphicon.
And the one after that, and the one after that.
Would I? I am going at the end of the summer, and I'll be running the trivia contest again, so I'm excited.
It's a Power Morphicon. It's more phenomenal.
The Summer Olympics are upon us, and for the first time in the history of the Games, one athlete is competing in every single event. That athlete? MST3K's Crow T Robot. Best known for his record-breaking wisecracks, he's also the bot to watch in this year's Games. He's competing in gymnastics, swimming, even equestrian dressage. And he's practically a lock for the brand new event, competitive film and TV streaming. Show your support for Crow by watching him and his intergalactic teammates on Shout Factory TV. We've got classic MST3K shorts like speech, platform posture, and appearance, which provides tips to look and sound good on the Olympic podium. Other shorts feature scintillating topics like appliances and high school shop class. Plus, don't miss our latest full-length classic MST3 episodes, The Crawling Eye and The Slime People. If there was a gold medal for interviewing, Dick Cavett would have so many on his mantle it would collapse from the weight. This month, watch him go head-to-head with legendary Olympians like boxer Muhammad Ali and gymnast Julianne McNamara. Finally, if you enjoy Olympic gymnastics but wish it had more monster battles, check out Power Morphicon Live. This inside look at the Power Ranger convention is packed with all the acrobatic feats and sci-fi action you love without a single pommel horse. Shout Factory TV. Start streaming for free now across all these devices. Shout Factory TV, changing the channel.
Transformers the Movie, the 30th Anniversary Edition, is now on DVD and for the first time on Blu-ray.
Who's Unicron? A planet that devours everything in its path. Die, Autobot! Megatron must be stopped, no matter the cost. Such heroic nonsense.
The 30th Anniversary Edition is mastered from a stunning new 4K transfer. Plus brand new bonus features.
When I did this one line that fans seem to remember and like, there was an eruption of cheers and applause.
Transformers the Movie, the 30th Anniversary Edition.
One shall stand, one shall fall.
Now available on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital download.
There is an odd thing about death. When you are certain it is coming, you become impatient for its embrace.
We have been touched by plague. The Zamorans brought unclean allies from the coast, beasts of the sea. They kill everyone. They burn everything. We have mostly farmers and craftsmen. Sonja, teach them. Let them die fighting.
If any of you lowers your sword in combat, I will cut your craven head off myself.
Say what you will about her manners. She does know how to motivate people.
Men of Zamora, you know who I am. Get out of my way.
Conduct war, Red Sonja. Kill her! She's an animal!
I'm coming, sister. I'm coming for you, Anicia!
We have 5 times your number. You know we'll win.
But my side has the devil. Myself. Ha! Ha! My name is Red Sonja!
We're here with Jason Bischoff of Saban Brands. Jason, explain to the folks at home what you get to do every day.
Oh my God, Brian. It is just a wondrous opportunity to come into the office, hang out with the incredible people at Saban, and really just kind of focus on the future. My job, more than anything else, is to just really take a strategic look at where we're going from a toys and collectibles perspective, work with our productions team and marketing team, and really just try to orchestrate something that's very cohesive and sort of honors the fan that is currently living with us and the fans that have yet to be, the ones that are coming on board with the new film next spring. So yeah, I mean, really, it's a combination of things, but more than anything, it's it's kind of orchestration of cool new stuff that we could be doing, and helping to realize that stuff into reality.
Well, and it's so successful because you mentioned the folks that are with you now and the folks that might come on board in the future. But one thing that I think is important about Saban is you guys have brought back fans who had otherwise maybe thought they had grown too old to enjoy this TV series or the comic books or the video game. You guys are killing it just with engaging the fans. Talk a little bit about that.
So it's interesting, right? The brand in general, I think, has finally reached kind of the zeitgeist, I guess is probably the best word to say it. We're retro cool in a way that so many brands before us have come. And so that in a cachet with the broader audience, it really gives us an opportunity to speak to, I don't know if I want to call them lapsed fans, but just like fans in the waiting, right? Fans who have been waiting for that signal that something big is happening. And really, I can just sort of look to the movie as kind of being that big signal in the sky that something big is happening. It's going to be a complete reimagining and reinterpretation of the original Mighty Morphin franchise, but it's going to be doing it in a way that just truly honors the fandom, truly honors the original IP. And so that, more than anything, is just, again, that signal in the sky. So really our job is just to make sure that we have the best possible, coziest, coolest catcher's mitt to make sure that they're ready to not only look at the new stuff, but cycle into the old stuff again, to revisit it through things like Shout Factory, right? Like, we are just such a flame, right?
Oh, thank you.
You've been doing it for years, and we're just, again, we're really excited to be able to work with you guys and to capitalize on some of the excitement and do something big together.
Well, it's amazing. I appreciate that. I mean, Saban has easily, I'm not saying this just because you work for the company, but this is easily the best licensor that Shout Factory has had an opportunity to work with. We get an opportunity to work with a lot of people, and there are very few that are as cool as what we've been able to do here at Saban. So one of the things, you mentioned the movie. Everything we're seeing from this movie is fantastic so far. Just from the cast to the looks of the costumes and all. It's not Power Rangers, and it's Power Rangers. You've managed to do this great combination that fans may not have ever expected. One of the things that I mean, you guys are 2016 has been a huge year. More TV series. You just announced a new cast at this Power Morphicon.
If you were you in the room?
I was not in the room. I hear there were tears.
I have no shame in admitting it. I was totally tearing up there. If you don't know already, Yoshi Sudarso, who plays our current Coda Blue Ranger, right? For weeks, he's been operating under the idea that his brother Peter auditioned for the new Blue Ranger part, didn't get it. But it was just smoke and mirrors. It was all a trick. We had to keep that secret for weeks.
How does that happen? How do you keep a secret like that?
You can't. It's the worst. I don't want to get too personal here, but Yoshi and I were exchanging a couple texts this last week, and I think I could see sort of the words between the lines, so to speak, of he was feeling a little bummed out about not being able to pass the torch to his brother. But holy cow, when we were in that room and he pulled the envelope and he saw Peter Sudarso, like he was gripped. He couldn't even say the words, and he was collapsing onto the stage, speaking in the mic. But everybody's like, "What are you saying, bro? Take a second, breathe." He was finally able to say Peter Sudarso. Peter came out, and like, I was weeping. My incredible wife was weeping. Like, you could feel it in the room. It was awesome. Very kinetic.
It's been such a big year for you guys. The new series. You've got a whole lot of new toys. You've got a brand new comic book from Boom that is
which we love,
blowing up. I mean, I'm seeing people on the internet who are basically looking for every alternate cover, every variant out there. They want them. You guys have managed to turn this franchise not just into entertainment, but just the kind of thing that you want to have in your hands, no matter what it is. What are you most looking forward to going forward?
Great question. Well, I guess before I answer that, just for the sake of saying it, there are so many wonderfully talented people at Saban that are making all this stuff possible, right? Like, I am just one small piece in a much greater machine, but folks like Brian Casantini, who's the executive producer on Power Rangers, and then other folks like Melissa Flores and Chip Lynn, I mean, in true form, it is like a Power Ranger team in of itself.
Right.
And it's these people coming together that's really making these kinds of products possible. Like, the content is hyper exciting across the board, inclusive of movie, inclusive of Ninja Steel. But how do we get to something like the Power Ranger Boom series? It's in collaboration with them. I get to play again a very small part, but you know, I don't know, man. I'm getting lost in the excitement of it. But really, what am I looking forward to more than anything? Which I believe was your original question.
Sure.
You know, really, it's the fulfillment of so many of these prophecies that we've laid down. Right. We said that we were going to do this incredible new Boom series, and we've fulfilled it. And now we're getting to ride it out, and we don't have anything to prove anymore. We can just really celebrate with the fans alongside them, do some cool stuff there. Again, at the Toys and Collectibles panel, which I had the honor of just being a part of, really getting into spaces that we've never been in before, doing things like our brand new premium format statues, and again, hopefully getting to do some cool, new, exciting stuff with Shout Factory as well.
Absolutely. I'm down for anything you guys want to throw at us, for sure.
Cool.
What are you looking forward to for the rest of the weekend, looking at here at Power Morphicon?
Great question. So this is my third Power Morphicon, and more than anything, I just love being parallel to the fans. Like, I am a fan first more than anything else, right? When I come here, I'm taking off my Saban hat. I'm just hanging out. I was first in line last night, I think, maybe second in line for Nanaka-san, who is one of the principal designers on a lot of the stuff that you see coming out of Bandai. I had to put down my commission money right away because I want to walk home with those one-of-a-kind collectibles myself.
Absolutely.
You know? So I created a little grocery list of stuff I'd love to see, and again, just being here, seeing the news, being part of the reveals, it's just such a huge honor, and just to see the impact that, you know, we can be in an office 5 days a week, and maybe even on weekends too, when we never turn it off. But for all its labor, it's still, you're just talking to a computer screen, you're typing those emails. But to come out here and kind of see this ground level effect of what it means to people, it's everything, right? It truly is everything.
That's perfect. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, brother.
We're going next, actually, to something that is right up your alley. We're going to show you a featurette that we created for our box sets that's all about the fans and their collections. Let's take it to the fans. Collect them all.
I can't wait. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's morphin' time!
Ready! Overdrive, accelerate!
RPM. Get in gear.
Hey, I'm Bruno. I live in California, and I'm a huge Power Rangers toy collector.
My name is Nicholas Andrews. I live in Japan, and this is some of my Power Rangers collection.
Hi, my name is Cody Logan. I am obviously a Power Ranger toy collector, and I'm from Virginia.
Hello, my name is Jamie. I'm from the UK.
My name is Guillermo. I am from San Jose, Costa Rica. I am a Power Rangers fan.
My name is Roberto. I live in Brazil, and I'll show you my Power Rangers collection.
I'm Leon Martinez. I'm from Ecuador, South America.
Hello, my name is Brian Dagley, otherwise known as Shukun Shinobi, Power Rangers fan and toy reviewer. I've been collecting Power Ranger toys since I was a wee lad back in MMPR when it first started back in 1993. And I've collected up through Power Rangers Lost Galaxy, then fell out of the franchise for a little bit. And then when Power Rangers SPD aired, I started getting back into it. And then once Mystic Forces toy line started, I started collecting a lot heavier. As you can see over here, the Samurai line is kind of where things picked up to really crazy levels. And now with the introduction of power cards and the action card game, within all the Megaforce products, the buying just got out of hand.
My name is Dynasty Wells Union from St. Louis, Missouri. I'm a huge nerd and big-time toy collector, and Power Rangers is one of my all-time favorites. I was brought in as an adult fan. 2006 is when I first started collecting the toys. Mystic Morpher right here was my very first Morpher. And Mystic Titan, love this guy. my very, very first Megazord. From Japanese imported figures. By the way, first female Red Ranger. Whoop whoop! And don't count Charlie from SPD. She was evil. She doesn't count. This is my baby right here. Ranger Key Wall. After 7 years of collecting, I've done pretty well for myself.
Hi, my name's Cody Blythe, and I've been a Power Ranger fan and a collector for 20 years. As you can see, I got some Megazords back here. And the biggest piece of my collection are none of the toys, actually. It's more of a sentimental piece, and I recently just got a hold of one of the people, which is Rhett Fisher. These two autographs right here are my main, my favorites right here. I think those autographs are like my favorite piece of my collection.
Titanium power!
My name is Dave. I've been a Power Ranger fan for 20 years. I have probably over 40 Megazords. I have a collection of weapons and of morphers as well. I became a Power Ranger fan when I was 16, when I first saw Tommy, the Green Ranger, on the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and he was the bad guy, so it was a 5-part series. And from there I just took off, and I'm a huge dinosaur fan, so that also helped, having the dinosaur Megazords.
I was interviewed by the reporter of the newspaper. He asked me some questions about what the series meant to me and what I got from the series as a kid. Here you can see my Power Rangers collection. Power Ranger comics made by Marvel and Hamilton Comics.
Hi, I'm Jake. I'm a huge Power Ranger collector. Been collecting ever since I was a kid, basically. So here's my collection, and it's Morphin time. Start over here at the Wall O Zeo. I'll show you this. Originally, Altazord was supposed to be called Colosso. Thought that was pretty cool. This is a ad from Toy Fair in 1993, before the show even came out.
Hello, my name is Eric Berry, also known as Truckee B47, and I am a Power Rangers collector. What got me into collecting at a very early age was actually my dad. He is a huge toy collector. Like, you name it, he collects it. So when Power Rangers came about, it was a no-brainer. You know, I had to have the toys. My collection has also extended to doing toy reviews, and I think that's my way to give back to other fans, letting them know what is really amazing out there and something that they should invest their money in.
Somehow I managed to not get into Power Rangers during Season 1, but when I saw the Red Dragon Thunderzord, that was kind of it. I started watching the show just for the Red Dragon Thunderzord. I thought that was the most amazing thing ever. So I had to have the toy. And then if you're going to have Red Dragon Thunderzord, you might as well get the Assault Team, right? And then you're going to need Tiger Zord, and how can you have that and then not get Tor the Shuttle Zord? If you're going to have all the Season 2 toys, why not have Season 1? And if you're going to have 1 and 2, why not get 3? I think the fact that the show is live action also really helped sell me the toys, because they were using the models on the show. And I love props, I love miniatures, model trains, stuff like that. So the fact that you could recreate your own Megazord battles using the toys, that really made me want them even more. In Season 2, when the Rangers call their Zords and the Dinosaurs transform into the Thunderzords, those are the American toys you're seeing, which were slightly altered, but still. And then, of course, Season 3 is very recognizable with the pink Shogun arm and the Powerbolt stickers, so gotta have Titanus.
My name is Jessie Elias. I've been a fan of the Power Rangers franchise since I was 3 years old. I was hooked on the toys. I still remember one bit where I had to rent the same VHS tape of Day of the Dumpster 5 or 10 times because the thing kept on burning out.
There wasn't a show like it back when it aired. I mean, you had things like Godzilla, but outside of that, there wasn't a team of superheroes in a live-action setting that quite had the same charm that Mighty Morphin Power Rangers had. And that's something that really caught me as a kid. I liked superheroes, I liked robots. This combined both of them into something that I really enjoyed. And it just kind of stuck with me. To this day, I still like robots and I still like superheroes. So there really is nothing that I can't love about Power Rangers.
Power Rangers kind of clicked with me in a lot of ways. And it helped a lot of people with disabilities. Like, In one episode, they helped the person who was blind.
It teaches a lot of good things to both kids and adults. How to work as a team, how to be accepting of others, even beyond the cultural barriers. Like, I remember this one episode of MMPR where they introduced something to kids that most people don't know, which is deaf culture.
One person I think was hard of hearing. I have a disability myself, and it really kind of clicked with me in a lot of ways. It was really kind of cool.
So I like collecting things. I got a lot of different memorabilia, and I have to say that having Power Rangers still be as strong 20 years later is you get to see a lot of cool collectibles out there. You get to see people bringing back old toys. There have been reissues of toys. I went to some place and was able to get this Power Ranger that talks, and he doesn't even speak English. That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of people ask me on YouTube, what is my favorite Power Rangers toy? After 20 years, that's a really hard question.
I've got so many that it's really hard to pick a favorite piece, but if I had to go with anything, I would probably pick the SWAT Megazord from Power Rangers SPD, just because it's really cool. I love the black base for the color scheme. The SWAT flyers all look really cool, and he's got lights, he's got sounds. He's the whole package in a nice tiny little combat form. Plus he's got a gun mode, and that's really cool.
I actually have a lot of favorites, but for different reasons. Like Isis Megazord, I think is just so pretty. Same with Thunder Megazord. Then there's Q-Rex from Time Force, which has a remote control, and it can walk, it transforms, shoots lasers, fires missiles. Manticore Megazord may not be my favorite, but the fact that Mystic Lion can walk over to Mystic Firebird and they transform together, I think is just the coolest thing ever. I could probably pick at least one Megazord from every season and tell you why that one is my favorite. I guess one part of collecting is going after really rare stuff, whether it's Ranger Keys, Legacy Morpher.
Wild Force Animus Megazord, very cool and probably the rarest piece in my collection.
From Power Rangers RPM or Engine Sentai Go Launcher, the black and white Ganbaro, the Valve Max Megazord in Power Rangers RPM. It was an exclusive release in Japan, and so it's kind of rare and a little bit pricey nowadays.
I've got this beautiful chrome Predazord, and at the last Power Morphicon I found this black and gold Galaxy Megazord.
Like, the oldest piece in my collection and the crown jewel right now would have to be my Thunder Megazord from MMPR Season 2.
I would say that this is my rarest item. This is a Disney Racers Red Power Ranger car. The Disney Racers line was only sold at Disney theme parks, which I worked at, obviously, during the time that Disney had the Power Rangers license. They made a little red SPD car here, but they only described it as Red Power Ranger. I've looked around online, and I haven't even really been able to find the Disney Racers, to be quite honest. So I would definitely call this the rarest piece of my collection.
One rare item that I do have would have to be my Screen U Zeo belt from Power Rangers Zeo that I got back in 2007 at Power Morphicon 1.
Another piece would have to be my Zeo Megazord. It's complete, and I actually got that at Robo Toy Fest. And then my Time Force Megazord and my Warrior Wheel. Same place, Robo Toy Fest.
I would say that the Legacy Power Morpher is my overall favorite Power Rangers toy, just because of the nostalgia that it brings when I take a look at it. It's pretty sweet having this finally, and in die-cast metal and the lights and sounds and everything, I think it's really cool to have that now as an adult and a collector.
I just wanted to show off a few parts of my collection, some Mighty Morphin toys, some costumes, and a screen-used Hatchosaurus monster costume.
Hello, my name is Matthew Wilson. I've been collecting for about 20 years now. I'm from the United Kingdom. I collect Power Ranger toys, Power Ranger props, pretty much everything from Power Rangers. Let's take a look at some of my props and my collection. These are probably the rarest piece of my collection. These are the tour movie costumes, which are really hard, almost impossible to come by. Prop helmets from Power Rangers the movie. Power Rangers the movie signed poster. Ooze-Man head used in the movie when the red and black ranger kick his head. Power Rangers the movie Tanga Warrior mask and his feet. These are quite rare. These are the die-cast Jew Ranger metal figures. Here are some rare props. Rito's feet, Goldar mask, putty stuff, card mask.
This was a screen-used Saba
one likely used in the episode White Light, where Tommy became the White Ranger. You can see the chips. Somebody painstakingly glued these back on to try and make it as much presentable as possible.
Here we have Lord Zed's Growth Grenade. This is actually the Japanese version, and this is the only one that was shipped to America. And speaking to the prop master of the show, this was the only one and actually lights up too.
You guys all remember the Firebird Thunderzord from Season 2, and this little thingy here that also attached to the Megazord's staff. The Firebird Thunderzord's tail and staff.
Fiberglass.
So this you could actually smack somebody with and it would hurt.
Yeah, but it's very detailed.
You want to demonstrate that?
No. Edgar?
This will hurt better than that.
I'll be big, I can step on you.
Ha!
I'm William Miyamoto and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a huge Power Ranger fan. I've been a fan since 1993 and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Being a fan, I also love collecting the toys, especially the deluxe Megazords.
I'm a new Power Ranger fan. I was never into it until earlier this year when my husband started watching the seasons with my daughter, and then I was hooked.
Hi, my name is Zoe Miyamoto. I love Power Rangers. This is all my toys that I took from Daddy.
I've been a fan of Power Rangers ever since Mighty Morphin. Power Rangers what inspired me to join karate, where I've participated in various national and international tournaments. But what really got me hooked onto the series were the Megazords. I loved how different animals, dinosaurs, vehicles could all transform into one huge fighting machine. And that's what got me hooked on my collection.
I've been collecting toys since the very beginning, from 1993, so it's been 20 years of collecting these Power Rangers toys. I've grown up with the show from the very beginning. I watched the show when I was 3.5 years old. That's when the show premiered. And I'm now 23 years old and I'm still collecting the toys. Over the past 20 years, I've collected all these different Power Rangers. I've collected different vehicles and cycles. On this table, I have a lot of the different weapons and roleplay items. This is my shelf of Megazords. So I have my whole little Megazord collection from over the years. If I had to pick a favorite roleplay item, I would say it would be the Mega Blade, just because of how awesome it is. And it's a pretty decent size as well. I would say the Super Samurai Final Victory Pack is my favorite of the Power Rangers, just because of how rare it is and the metallic paint and everything is really cool.
It's been a fun time the last 20 years collecting this, and I do look forward to the next 20 years. It's going to be exciting.
I've been collecting for about 20 years, and here's hoping for another 20.
Overall, the Power Rangers toy line is a toy line like no other, and it has a lot to do with the fans. If I hadn't started collecting these, I'm really not sure where I would be. I met so many brilliant, amazing people throughout this fandom, throughout collecting these toys, and throughout my toy reviewing career so far. There isn't a toy that I don't pick up that I don't like in some way or another. And overall, it's just got everything that I'm looking for. Superheroes, robots, fun, collectability, gimmicks. It's got it all, and it can pretty much cover anything you're looking for.
Transformers the Movie, the 30th Anniversary Edition, is now on DVD and for the first time on Blu-ray.
Who's Unicron? A planet that devours everything in its path. Die, Autobot! Megatron must be stopped, no matter the cost. Such heroic nonsense.
The 30th Anniversary Edition is mastered from a stunning new 4K transfer, plus brand new bonus features.
When I did this one line that fans seem to remember and like, there was an eruption of cheers and applause.
Transformers the Movie, the 30th Anniversary Edition.
One shall stand, one shall fall.
Now available on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital download.
guys, we're turning it around a little bit on Paula Gatos of the Tokusatsu Network because she's interviewed me before. I've never interviewed you before. So
This'll be new.
This is going to be awesome. For starters, you're at Power Morphicon, a convention notably focusing on Power Rangers, but as everyone knows, Power Rangers came from something before it, Super Sentai. And that is what you are focusing on while you're here. Talk a little bit about your love of Sentai and Tokusatsu.
Well, I've started watching Sentai when I was a kid. I grew up in the Philippines, and so I was watching it since Bioman, way before, dubbed in English by Filipino actors. It's been very, very great. And so Sentai and Henshin Heroes and Kamen Riders has always just been a big thing for me personally.
Sure.
I got into SPD, I got into Deca Rangers, I got into Gokaigers, I got into Megaforce, things like that. So it's, for me, there are two sides of the same coin.
Right.
And it's, I really want to be here and really just talk about where it all came from, where it originated, and show other people that there's this also equally fun side of Power Rangers that is where it originated.
Absolutely, and I realize that there are a lot of people out there. We've released 3 volumes now. We've done Ranger, Dai Ranger, Kakurenger. We're working on O-Ranger now.
Yep, super
but there
excited.
are still a lot of you who haven't seen where Power Rangers came from. You were just saying a little bit that they're two sides of the same coin. Talk about how Sentai is different from Power Rangers and how they both sort of borrow from one another a little bit.
Basically what Power Rangers you see is mostly all the action films. So like the actual them fighting against the monsters and things like that. And what I find really awesome about Power Rangers is that they can have a completely different storyline from the original Japanese story and still be equally as fun and campy and still all about positivity and working together, and they're just all team shows. So for the Sentai part, you could have a really interesting, very specific Japanese cultural thing like samurai or ninjas, and have it be their own Japanese story, and then have something completely different that's adapted to American like storylines, things that you and I can like relate to and stuff like that. But the overarching things of teamwork and working together and, you know, being there for your family, being there for friends, learning new lessons as kids is still the same. So that's what I really love, how different but yet the same it can be.
Yeah, and you and I talked a little bit during your interview of me about how the Sentai, sometimes the stakes even seem like they're a little higher.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the cultural difference between what they can get away with in Japan versus
Right.
the United States.
Yeah.
What is it that you love about Sentai and those characters?
What I like about Sentai in particular is that, in terms of Japanese culture, they're putting kids, like they're okay with kind of putting kids in mortal danger.
They really are.
Like they're totally okay with that.
Absolutely.
But they allow some, like, kids can learn independently. Like they're very independent anyway.
Right.
So it's okay to kind of put kids in that situation because they can figure out how to get out of it on their own.
Right.
With the help of the team. Whereas sometimes that may not be the same on the Power Ranger side, or the Power Ranger side may not have kids in their stories at all.
Sure.
So there's that aspect of it. So that's what I really like about that.
So what is your favorite of the Sentai seasons?
My absolute favorite would be Deca Ranger, which is SPD.
Right.
Deca was one of the first Sentais that I watched after I moved here to the U.S. And so I really like that the Pink Ranger in Deca is actually like the field team leader, rather than it being red.
Right.
And I love that they have the captain who is the Doggy Kruger.
Doggy Kruger, right.
Doggy Kruger, who...
But he's the furry mascot-y looking one with the...
like the little...
The little mouth.
With a really famous voice actor, Tetsuo, I think is his first name. I could be wrong. But the voice actor has also done like Bleach anime and different, like he's a very well-known voice actor. He also does Kamen Rider 1 sometimes when Hongo can't do it, so he's done Kamen Rider voice acting, stuff like that. But that's my favorite series because what I like about him is that Doggy's like, I can, help you beat up this guy, but you as a team need to learn how to do it on your own. And that's how they got powered up. And I love that mentor relationship.
That's awesome. So tell us a little bit about the Tokusatsu Network.
TokuNet came out of just wanting a space to really cover Japanese and Tokusatsu in kind of a make it be a resource for fans over here, English-speaking fans, where they may not be able to get this news right away. They might need like an extra translator. They can't get the news very easy, and kind of track the history of the fandom.
Mhm.
Because there's fans who have been into Tokusatsu that know from it from Kaiju. So you have Kaiju fans who are maybe like a little older.
Right.
But there's also new fans coming in going, hey, what's this? What's the Sentai part? What's
Right.
the Kamen Rider part? What's Kamen Rider?
Right.
And so I wanted to create Tokunet with my group of friends who helped me found it to be able to be a resource for those fans as well. So we have history of Toku articles. We have artist features there's artists who are, the Boom Studios cover
Sure.
artists to highlight them and what they've been inspired by. And things like that. So anybody who wants to learn more about this, we want to make it to be a very accessible place for them.
And let the folks online know where they can find Tokunet.
Tokunet can be found at tokusatsunetwork.com. We also have a YouTube channel where we interview actors back in Japan. We also have a podcast, and we're all over social media. So,
What's the one thing that you're looking forward to at Power Morphicon 2016?
I think the one thing I was definitely looking forward to was the new Ninja Steel, which I was at the panel earlier. It was fantastic. It was really touching learning that the brother of Blue Dino Charged, Yoshi, his brother Peter Adrian is going to be the new Blue Ninja Steel. And we found out then. And it's the most touching moment.
We've heard it's been the big news of the entire convention.
It's made me cry.
I heard there were tears, and turns out there were tears in the audience. There were tears up on the panel. It's absolutely fantastic. These are the things that you can look forward to at Power Morphicon, especially here in 2016. But after this year, I'm looking forward already to 2018 because I can only imagine with all the new series, the comic books, the toys, the new movie, it's just going to get even bigger.
And the best thing about this year and the one before that too was that we also have the Sentai actors here.
Yeah.
And we're definitely looking forward to talking with them later on and stuff like that. So you have the Zoo Rangers here chatting, which you had the panel last time on the DVD set. And so being able to talk to them again is like, I'm really excited. Plus we have Keiichi Wada, who's from Die Ranger, Mr. Kitagawa, who is the suit actor for Godzilla, for Millennium Godzilla. So we have that aspect as well, and this is why I'm here.
Guys, Power Morphicon 2016, and then later in 2018, this is where you're going to want to be at the Pasadena Convention Center. Paula, thank you so much for joining us.
Have you been injured in a car crash that wasn't your fault? Have you gotten hurt on the job? Do you think neck braces are sexy? I'm Frank Backlot, and I'm here to make all your problems go away. I bring years of experience and the brand new Shout Factory TV Backlot show to back you up. It's a free internet series you can watch free while I put my law degree to good use. Did I mention it's free? I fight for the little guy so he can see exclusive interviews with famous, beautiful stars. I stand up against the big, evil corporations who want to keep you from learning interesting, behind-the-scenes facts about your favorite movies and TV shows. Look! I even have an iPad. I also have one of these thingies. What is this thing? A Roku. Oh, it's a Roku. I can Roku you free of any charges and get back to watching Shout Factory TV Backlot Show and the episodes that make everyone happy. Plus, if I don't win your case, you don't pay. Unless you want to give me money anyway. All you have to do is find me by going to www.shoutfactorytv.com. Let Frank Backlot fight for you.
Miraculous! Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir. Spots on.
Good thing you have friends in high places.
Could have done this on my own.
But we're the Cat and Bug team, remember?
Bug and Cat team, you mean. Join Ladybug and Cat Noir.
Here, kitty, 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 come here.
as they defend Paris from the evil Hawk Moth
Fly away, my little Akuma, and evilize him.
and his villainous creations.
Sure brings a whole new meaning to silent but deadly. I got wind that you were being blown away by a hairy situation.
Fewer puns, more action! Box on!
Well, look what the cat drag did.
No cat dragged me anywhere. I flew in all on my own.
Miraculous. Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir. Spots on.
Boom Comics is killing it this year with their run on the official Mighty Morphin Power Rangers comic book. Earlier, we got an interview with the comics writer, Mr. Kyle Higgins. Now let's check that out. So we're here with comic book writer extraordinaire Kyle Higgins, who is killing it right now on the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers comic. Kyle, I have to ask, how familiar with the Power Rangers were you before jumping onto this book?
Not familiar enough, to be totally honest. Like, I was a big fan when I was a kid. I think I was 8 when the show debuted, and I didn't actually see the first episode. I remember seeing Food Fight was like the first episode I saw with the pudgy pig and everything.
Oh, sure.
And the neighborhood, like, my neighborhood friends, like, in the backyard and stuff, we all, like, saw it at the same time. We're like, what the is this? Like, we don't know, but we love it.
Right.
And so I watched the show religiously for at least a year, probably like more like a year and a half. And then I kind of started to kind of drift off from it. But I always was aware of it. I was aware of like certain things that, you know, I would hear from kids that were a little younger than me, because I was right on the tail end of like the age range.
Sure.
Like what had happened and where characters had gone to and new characters and things like that. And so I, you know, fast forward 15 years later, no, 10 years, maybe? No.
To now?
I was 8? Yeah, it was like 15 years.
Yeah.
Fast forward like, you know, 15, 20 years, and I started writing comics full time, and just doing conventions and meeting a lot of fans who are also really big Power Rangers fans. Kind of re-sparked my interest, and so I started kind of going back and looking at things and ending up like down deep rabbit holes of YouTube links with interviews with the cast and where they are now and stuff like that. And so when Boom got a hold of the license, just those first promotional images that they put out there really resonated for me. Like I felt like, yes, like I know exactly what this book could be. And Boom aesthetically is like a perfect choice for it. They do really hip, really on point, you know, kind of YA series. And you know, my stuff tends to have a little bit of a, I don't want to say a darker edge, but it's a little more complex, a little more complicated.
Right.
And so kind of layering that into the Rangers and doing kind of a modern day interpretation, I just reached out and pitched, and I said, like, this is what I would do. If you guys dig the direction, then awesome. If you don't, like, then I'm not the guy for the job. And they liked it, and Saban liked it, more importantly, and we were kind of off to the races. So.
Well, and obviously the fans are loving this book.
Yeah, it's selling well right now.
I mean, Boom is telling us they're doing run after run, and you know, just issue 0 they couldn't keep in stock at comic book shops.
Well, a lot of that is the litany of covers on issue 0 and on issue 1. And they definitely, I mean, it's a testament to Coney, Montes, the cover artist of issue 0. Like, those covers are beautiful.
Right.
And they're collector's items. You know, like you can frame all 6 or 7 of those covers, and it creates like a pretty awesome mural. And so I think there's an aspect of everyone kind of wanting, you know, their Ranger or their favorite Rangers, and they're buying multiple copies of the same issue. That said, it's still debuted like incredibly well for a new series. And I think it's the best debut. It's the best-selling series that Boom has done.
Yeah. Congratulations on that.
Thanks.
It's fantastic. It's a fantastic read, and I have to know how much of your original pitch made it into that run so far.
I mean, it's like would say probably like 95%.
Wow.
Like, yeah, I pitched the first 12 issues, and some of the character arc stuff has shifted as we've developed the book more. But the majority of what I pitched we're doing, which is rare.
Yeah.
You know, especially on a licensed book or like a work for hire book.
Right.
So this has been a really fulfilling kind of creative experience, and I'm really glad that it's working for people. You know, like I'm glad that people dig it, and I haven't totally botched this or something, or ruined childhoods or anything like that.
Absolutely not. And one of the things I can attest to, having produced DVDs for Shout Factory and all the Power Ranger stuff, is the fandom. When they love you, they love you.
Right.
And you are very active with the fans on social media, on the websites. Describe your relationship with the fans. How have they helped? And
well, a big reason for that, a big part of that, is that it's a fandom that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
A lot of my past work was at DC and in the Batman kind of office, and that's a fandom that I know very, very well because I'm a huge Batman fan.
Mm-hmm.
But specifically related to Power Rangers, like I feel like I've had a toe in the water, but I've kind of viewed that pool from afar, right?
Right.
You know? So when I started the book, I wanted to make sure that I was being respectful of the fan base and the things that resonate for them in the series, and that I'm not changing things just to change them,
right.
or taking story directions or characters in places that don't feel true to the core of what Power Rangers is about and what makes it so kind of universally resonant for millions of people, right? Like, the show's been on the air for 24 years, something like that. Like, they're doing something right, you know? There are core kind of fundamental values that make Power Rangers Power Rangers. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was in touch with a lot of that stuff.
Sure.
You know? It's a slippery slope. You have to be careful, though, because you never want to write for the fans. At least I don't. Like, that's just not how I operate. I write for me. I write to kind of entertain me, and I just kind of hope and pray that other people don't hate it, you know?
Right.
But yeah, I think you do need to be aware of reactions sometimes. I don't know. Other times I've said I don't pay attention to any reactions, so I basically just answer that question however I feel.
Yeah, whatever moment you're feeling at that moment, and I am looking at the reactions. I don't care. We're allowed to make changes, but I'm wondering.
We're complicated people.
Exactly, and I'm wondering, what is it about the comic that you have found yourself loving writing the most? What do you enjoy, and is that a surprise to you?
Honestly, the biggest thing for me is the out of uniform interactions.
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of basically writing Archie with superpowers.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of what the book is, right? So the thing that I didn't really anticipate until I actually got into the scripting was that working on each character, and more specifically working on each character relationship, was going to be very different.
Yeah.
And really, really cool. Because, like, if you take any group of friends and, if it's a five-person group of friends, like person 1 and person 2 have a dynamic, person 1 and person 3 have a dynamic, person 2 and person 3 have a dynamic. There are all these different permutations,
right,
and all of these different mini relationships that build and make up the core group dynamic, right? Mm-hmm. And so doing things and pairing off, like, Rangers you wouldn't necessarily expect to be together is a lot of fun. Like, I love subverting expectations and tropes when I can. I mean, like, that's like one of my biggest goals when I'm writing, whether it's comics or film stuff or anything. And so doing stuff with, like, Tommy and Trini, like the Tommy Trini scene is not something I ever really saw on the show, but it was probably my favorite scene I wrote so far.
Yeah.
So that's the stuff that was really surprising to me, like how much meat on those bones there were, and how kind of enjoyable I'd find it. So to the point where, like, my editors have to remind me from time to time, like, that they do need to fight, Kyle. Like, you do. There does need to be a fight,
Right. Yeah.
It can't just be Archie. Like, there's already an Archie book. You can't just do Archie. You need the Archie with the superpowers and giant robots.
Sure.
So.
Well, describe your experience. This is your first Power Morphicon?
Yeah, I've never been. This is wild. Like,
You do a lot of conventions, I'm sure.
Less these days, but yeah.
So, this convention compared to other conventions, have you seen anything that you've dug?
I mean, unequivocally, I can say there's more Power Rangers centric items here than any convention I've ever been at.
That's fair. It's a fair statement. Absolutely true.
No, it's very focused. Like it's very, like in a really good way. Like it's my best friends is with me today. We were talking about this as we were walking the floor. Like it's such a kind of a niche like convention, but in terms of what it focuses on. But like then you forget. Like the show's been on for like 24 years. There are all of these different versions of Power Rangers, and everyone here has a different favorite version and different Rangers that resonate for them. You know, so it's cool. There's a lot of deep dive stuff here that's really awesome. Like a lot of toys that I had as a kid or actually still have in my parents' house. A lot of stuff like still new in box.
Right.
Like there are props here. There's like it looks like a half destroyed Alpha, which means it's just like totally made in the image of something I'm writing.
Right. And
there's
that
no better Alpha than a half destroyed Alpha.
And that Alpha over there is the Alpha.
I know. That's what I mean.
That's just. I mean, I'm looking over there, and there's an entire table of props that are just absolutely fantastic.
Well, spoiler alert: we blow up Alpha. So actually, I think it already happened in issue 4.
Well, and I'm wondering, what do the fans have to look forward to that you're allowed to talk about? Is there anything you're excited about?
Well, I would say the biggest thing that I can kind of tease out is that it's been a little bit of a soft reboot in some ways. Like, we launched the book, and it's a modern, kind of updated take on Mighty Morphin. And it takes place in a very specific era in Mighty Morphin, more pointedly when Tommy joins the team.
Right.
But aside from the modern update, the idea was like, we're kind of easing into like how different is the world from what we remember from the show.
Right.
And as the book progresses and we get into the second arc, I think people are going to start to realize like this is totally its own thing, and like this is its own timeline. This is not filling in the blanks from the show. It's nothing like that.
Yeah.
We're doing our own thing.
Yeah.
And there are some twists coming up in the second arc that I think are going to catch people, hopefully, like very off guard.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So yeah, I can't really say anything beyond that other than everything that has happened in the book has happened for a reason thus far, and it's building to something. It's building to a reveal. I don't even want to say reveal. It's building to a moment that I think I'm very excited about.
Yeah.
And I don't want to oversell. Like, hopefully other people dig it. It'll definitely be something that I think people are talking about.
I've been loving the book so far. Congratulations on the success. For the folks online, where can they find you?
Twitter's the best spot. Twitter and Instagram. Kyle D. Higgins. I also just finished a new film. It's a short film called The Shadow Hours.
Oh.
It's debuting Tuesday at Holly Shorts. It's a film festival in Hollywood.
Oh, fantastic.
The 7:30 p.m. slot. So I say that because we just launched a big new website for it called theshadohours.com. So you can see like there's a nice, cool 2-minute kind of clip from the film and a big section of Bear McCreary's score that people can listen to. And so that's another kind of, that's my new kind of like internet hub that I'm kind of
That's awesome.
fixated on at the moment.
That's
So,
awesome. Congratulations, sir.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate you joining us. Guys, stay tuned, because up next, you're going to get to see a little bit, maybe more than you even expected or wanted, of Bulk and Skull, as we take you to a featurette featuring Bulk and Skull. That's coming up next.
Now, with the official Mystery Science Theater 3000 YouTube channel. Subject yourself to the experiment with full movies from your favorite show, featuring righteous riffing from Mike, Joel, and the Bots. No time for a healthy and nutritious full episode? Celebrate MST3K Mondays with a new batch of classic clips released every week. Check out our top riffs and best of lists, 100% guaranteed to settle all internet debates. Warning, not an actual guarantee. Don't get the reference? Check out our special annotated episodes explaining all the jokes. Then lie to your friends about how knowledgeable you are. The MST3K YouTube channel, industry, science, and technology, bringing you state-of-the-art cheesy movies, direct from the best brains at the Gizmonic Institute and Shout Factory.
There is no Skull without Bulk. There is no Yin without Yang. And yet, you could even say there is no Power Rangers Secret Identity without a Bulk and Skull.
When I mention Paul Schreier, I mentioned Jason Narby, because those two always worked together, Bulk and Skull on the show. They were like the comic relief.
And those guys connected. They were Laurel and Hardy. You know, they were this amazing comic team, and always so funny, always so committed.
They added so much to Power Rangers, the show and the film. Always the comedic outlet maybe the show needed when we were too busy getting too serious with our fights.
They were just incredibly talented actors, and I have a lot of respect for them. I mean, they didn't get to do all the things that they can do on the show, but they really are amazing.
The thing is we were on the set, and we were all kind of new to acting. Paul and Jason were trained actors. Like, they were doing Hamlet in between takes, where we were like, you know, chewing bubble gum.
Hi, Skull. Hi, Bulk. Hey, take a look at those two. What do you think, huh?
Nice!
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
Hey, listen. What do you think they're talking about? My classic good looks?
Paul was there from the very beginning, and Jason Narby came later, after the pilot.
I was one of the first people called that day for the role I was called for, I think Punk 5 or whatever. And I showed up a little bit early, and immediately, as soon as I was in the door, the writer, Tony Oliver, was like, oh, thank heavens, I don't have to pretend like I'm fighting anymore. So he was like, I'm acting as you. So, hey, you're this guy. Okay, you stand here. And then I just took over rehearsing with the actors, which they were scheduled for rehearsal precedent to the auditions for the punks. So, and then when the audition happened, like I had already known them all for 40 minutes. And so I had to jump on the other cats. And plus I can take a hit, you know, convincingly and fall down, which came in handy later.
Unfortunately for that one, I walked in and there was probably 20 or 30 people that looked like David Yost, because I was auditioning for Billy, and I didn't even know that, because I guess I looked like a nerd, which is funny because David Yost doesn't. I mean, he's like one of the best looking, like, chiseled guys, dimple chin, doesn't look like a nerd at all. So if they put my resume and photo on file, they cast the pilot, they did the pilot, they sold it to Fox, and then like 6 months later, they decided they had to get rid of Skull.
In the original pilot, Bulk and Skull were not the same characters. Skull was the leader.
And he was the one that, like, really got up on Kimberly and, like, made her feel really uncomfortable. And Bulk, really, Punk number 2, only had the line, "Hey, man," and got up and tried to attack them. And so when they actually went to do the show, they decided we should do some comedy with these guys. Paulie was the better actor, and he had comic timing. So they actually cast him as the leader and Skull as the sidekick. And so they just said, we need a new Skull. We need somebody that's not quite as menacing. So they went through the reject pile. That's where I was living, in the reject pile. They pulled 5, 6, 7, 10 guys. They said, okay, here, pull these guys in and see which one of these rejects is our reject. And that's how I ended up getting the audition. Pure dumb luck.
Oh no, look who's here. Bulk and Skull.
Hi, girls. How about that double date we talked about?
Yeah.
In the very early going, they were just kind of teenage bullies.
They were punks. They were the kinds of kids you did not want around. In theory, they were the people that made life at Angel Grove High School miserable.
You are dust.
Yeah.
You are dust.
Temper.
At some point, though, we realized that the underdog is kind of the person that many kids really are, and Bulk and Skull being bad guys, punks, and bullies as underdogs, you didn't want to see the Power Rangers beating up on them, because suddenly the Power Rangers looked like they were about to become bullies. So Bulk and Skull just sort of Hardy of the Power Rangers world.
Some might argue that the characters are kind of superfluous, kind of like randomly, and at their worst, I think true in terms of using them, you know, in the script. But at its best, it was a perfectly timed bumper for the action, or just a moment of levity that really kind of helped the really kitschy action stuff.
In the very, very early footage, the comedy would be in like the Power Rangers themselves. They try to morph and then it didn't work. They'd all fall on each other. Or Billy would do something awkward, or something weird would happen with Alpha.
And in the Japanese show, there's no comic relief. Occasionally the Rangers themselves are funny, but they didn't have any comic characters. And we felt that at that time, on children's television, it was important that we showed a little bit of balance, and that we not have the Power Rangers be funny. I mean, they have their moments, but let's bring in a couple of comic characters.
It's my opinion that the producers started the show with a very firm idea of what they wanted our characters to be. Your classic big guy, little guy, comic duo, not super deep, but fulfilling the role of, you know, foils for our heroes.
Chaim is very enamored with slapstick. So he wanted, you know, on every episode, something to get dumped all over Bulk. that they always get their comeuppance, but in a funny way.
We worked really hard to kind of take it back to this older aesthetic, the old slapstick comedy stuff. Three Stooges, Laurel and Hardy, Charlie Chaplin, Fatty Arbuckle, Buster Keaton, and we really kind of put that into the vernacular so kids could relate to the slapstick and have something to laugh at.
Oh, you should have seen what we had to go through battling that huge lantern monster. Yeah, and those huge pigeons. Skull reached for his Detective Manual, and we cornered them one by one.
No matter how thin the script was, we understood they were reliant on the performers to bring it through, to invent. And fortunately, we got the full support of all the writers and all the staff.
The lines weren't even on the paper. I mean, they were so good that the director ended up keeping their ad-libs.
I don't really remember directing them, except to say, why don't you come in from over there and do your thing and show us, and we'll figure out how to shoot it.
Certain directors were great with it, and it got to the point where most of the directors really wanted to work with Bulk and Skull because they had their own innovations. So when you got the writing team and the directing team, and Paulie and I all on the same page, there was a sort of a golden age of Bulk and Skull. Terry Winkless is one of those people. Bob Hughes is another one of those people, big fans. Doug Sloan, huge proponent of Bulk and Skull, and wrote for him. Doug and Ann wrote very well for Bulk and Skull.
The thing about Bulk is he was physically talented, just so physically talented. There was one episode where we had a dance-off, and we're kind of pulling it out of the hat. You know, it's not like we had a long time to figure out what we're gonna do. We get on the set that morning, and we read it in the script the night before, okay? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna do this. So I'll throw something out, and he does something back. And then I'm gonna do this, and I'll throw something out, and he does something back, and then I throw something else out, and he does that too. And each time it became physically more challenging. Like, you know, it's like I did 6 spins and stop with a flare, and so he'd throw it in 2, he'd get in 2, and he's not a dancer, you know, it's like he would get in 2 and then go down to a half split, and you're like, wow, that is crazy.
All of us are born with inherent physical talents. And mine is that I'm very flexible for a big guy.
And then, you know, I would go and do like a handstand on top of a counter, you know, and like I'd jump up on the counter and do a handstand, and he would have to go and try to do the same thing, which is pretty much impossible for him to do, but he would sell it and then flip all the way over the counter onto a mat, you know, in the back, and, you know, and come up with food and slop all over him, and just, man, what a physically gifted guy that guy is.
You start training and somebody teaches you how to fall, and you're like, that doesn't hurt. I always thought that would hurt, but it doesn't hurt, so I want to fall down again. In fact, I want to fly through the wall. And really, every moment, they would come to me like, do you think you could throw yourself off the building? I'm like, well, you got a bag? Yeah, let's do it. They've definitely gone through an evolution of presentation. Like initially, they were punks, right? Your classic bullies. And then we kind of transmogrified into buffoonish antagonists, I guess, kind of like half and halfers.
I'm the Incredible Bulkster, and I'm Super Skull! Boy, wonderful.
So the second season, they're like, okay, well, we need to integrate them more into the season. So they did this thing, Bulk and Skull need to find out who the Power Rangers were. And this was a real defining moment for Bulk and Skull, where we start having our own storyline. We have nothing to do with the Power Ranger line, really, at all.
It was a natural transition to take us away from that monochromatic kind of theme and to be reinvented in some way every year with the series.
What transpired from there was Bulk and Skull going into the police academy, where actually their self-servingness became, I think, one of the better manifestations of the guys that get dumped on that you can empathize with. That's why we put in Greg Bullock.
You're gonna be washing the mayor's car for 5 years. Then you're gonna be washing my car for 5 years.
Suddenly you could really embrace them and say, ooh, I feel their pain. And yet, Bulk and Skull are not guys that you should give a badge to. Yet don't want them to have any sort of authority.
Tell him. Tell me. Talk. Tell him. Tell me.
Guys.
Huh?
Carry on, citizen. What's going on?
Sorry. That's top secret information.
This weird painting of mole disappeared. We're trying to find out where it is.
Way to go, Nimrod. Hey, listen, you guys didn't hear it from us, okay?
Yeah, they did.
When Doug fully got his teeth into us, you had Bulk and Skull as private eyes, okay? Which was great and didn't quite serve the Power Ranger line at all. But it was the best Bulk and Skull stuff because it was shtick that had nothing to do with the plot. So it was the three of us, Paulie, Greg, and I, on our own set, working on our own things. So we came up with the most ridiculous, stupid stuff you'd ever want to make.
Who in their right mind would offer a job to you guys? You mean besides you?
Let me tell you something. You two walk out that door. Don't bother coming back.
Some of the writers, and I say some, but the ones that I'm talking about know who they are. Like, they're great at taking the kernel and expanding it just enough and leaving the next thing for the next guy. And then they would riff off of each other, these 3 or 4 writers that we had over a long stretch. And they're really excellent. Great weavers. And they gave us some great stuff. So over the course of years, like what we ended up taking away from it is we thankfully got to change our characters from one note onto something that was a little bit more textured. And in fact, really at the end, we have the best characters on the show.
It got to the point that it was in later years, 3 or 4 years into it, that if we were shooting Bulk and Skull, if the DP and I, if Alon and I happened to glance at each other while these guys were doing their thing, we would burst into laughter, and we loved working with them.
Bulk and Skull are a force of nature. They are never static. Every reaction is an equal and opposite overreaction.
Okay, here it is. Either you step aside or I blast you.
Jason and I, although this for years was an issue, was a bone, we would like want to pick that bone with someone, we were forced to share the same dressing room. And so that's always been interesting. But later, we were really thankful because we had the moments to work on our material together. And you know, in the first 4 or 5 seasons, those bits were mapped out like, you know, the Russian ballet.
And this is one of the reasons why Paulie and I worked out so well, even when I auditioned during my callback. We got that script. We said, this is what we're going to do. Here's the physical comedy. I'm going to slap you. You're going to fall back. You're going to get up. I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to move you. We would practice that over and over and over again. After rehearsal was done in front of the camera, Paulie and I would go back and practice it again. We'd go someplace off on the side. We'd have mats. If we decided there was a fall, we'd talk to the stunt team and get pads from them to say, we're going to fall. If there was going to be any kind of liquid thing, any kind of food item, there was probably 5, 6, 7, 8 of them just in case there was a mistake. 3 or 4 extra costumes standing by so they can clean them quickly.
Immediately the crew was like gravitating towards our performances because we were reasonably efficient. There wasn't a lot of dialogue. It was mostly physical stuff. We would come in, there was like a levity about it. And, you know, we're both really kind of messed up looking humans, and so they would be able to laugh at us to some extent. And of course, the costume department being under the gun perpetually to create the next bunny costume / you know, Italian waiter. I mean, you name it. We've been in it.
They really lost it this time.
That's what you think. And sometimes they didn't have the time to finish those costumes because of having to costume a show with 13 principals. And so we would be wearing stuff, and there would be like neat, pins and stuff, and there were moments I can see on camera. I remember when I was like stuck by stuff, and I'm like, oh, that's where I sit down on the pin, but I keep going. See if you can find that.
So all that physical comedy was meticulously planned. And because Paul and I had backgrounds in physical theater, again, we had to know what it was. Every single look, kink, every single, gesture, down to the beat.
He and I developed a subtext that really, really efficient at building the gags. Like there was little weird names for these moves.
For instance, if we had to cross from point A to point B, and it had to be funny, like we had to be discombobulated, we would woogity over, woogity. I think Terry Winkless made up that term. We'd woogity over. Okay, I'm gonna woogity out with the big arms. And this is my favorite one, the giant banana. Yeah, this is an art form.
Well, the giant banana comes from commonly being asked to react to something that's off camera, and it's always in a certain direction, right? So after 4 or 5 times of this in the first year, I was like, I need a visualization. And I need, I really need something to give me, a focus. Like, what am I looking at over there? And the director, and I believe that it might have been Koichi Sakamoto on second unit, I think, said to me that just imagine a giant piece of fruit up there. And I was like, you mean like a giant banana? And then, I'm running to Jason because this is like some novel thing. I'm like, Narvi, you're not going to believe this. I got this new idea. So it's a visualization tool. Up there, it's a giant banana.
So it's the moment of barely seeing it, forgetting it, and then looking at it again as it comes closer, trying to figure out what the heck it is, and then it's a giant banana, and then it's I gotta get away from the giant banana, and then that would be the giant banana.
Those cues were really important because we didn't have a lot of time on camera, and as a physical comedian and a technical actor, I can tell you that the thing I hate the most is waiting on stage for some method guy to like have his moment so he feels it and has dug it out of the right suitcase that he keeps in his soul or like whatever. It's great when it works, right? So we would come on, we didn't have time. They would not allow us more than 1 or 2 takes, and that was just because we were shooting on 16 or Super 16 with Alon and Jonathan, and they had to go. So we had to be efficient. So that kind of begets the planning and then the dialogue. It's interesting. We definitely could write a small dictionary of which only 2 copies would be sold.
And of course, while we were doing the show, Paul Schreier and I tried to keep ourselves sharp. We did theater on the side whenever we could. We did a couple productions of Hamlet.
We asked Catherine, because she was like a #1 actress show in the world, to play our Ophelia in the production that I was Hamlet. So I had this weird kind of line cross where I had to love and sabotage her as Ophelia, playing my fat Hamlet. But come on, fat Hamlet, total winner. There's a line in there, and Claudius and Gertrude are talking, and she says, well, Hamlet has forgone all custom of exercises. Totally. I haven't run in like months. The gym, not going there. Elsinore, it's a war. Forget it.
There was our side projects, and there was side projects for Fox and for Saban. The side projects that Fox and Saban did was sort of a lead up for a Bulk and Skull spinoff. And we had this big idea with the Mexican Elvis, a guy named Elvez, and Bulk and Skull were going to run some old hotel and all that stuff. And so they actually did these side projects to see how popular Bulk and Skull were with the little kids.
And it was basically a clip show about Bulk and Skull, because those were always my favorite characters, because they were the anti-heroes, they were the foils, and they were funny, and I just thought that Jason Narvi and Paul Schreier were extraordinarily funny actors with great character. So we actually shot footage for that. It wasn't strictly a clip show. We used the cave set from VR Troopers, and the premise was that Bulk and Skull got stuck in a cave, and they're in, you know, they get over dramatic, and they don't know if they're going to get out, so they go reminisce about their past, and we did a lot of gags, sight gags with that.
No, I was thinking that maybe we should try calling for help.
Once again, you've proven me right. Skull, no one is going to hear us from in here. Hey, wait a minute, I have an idea. Start digging.
Unfortunately, The Good, the Bad, and the Stupid was the end of the Bulk and Skull show. It didn't sell quite as well.
I always had a problem with Good, Bad, and the Stupid because the characters don't work as well when they're out of context with the rest of the episode. Now, there is something to be said for a staccato litany of anomalous nonsense, which is generally those were what the days were like for us. But without the Power Ranger stuff in the middle, I don't know if the characters worked as good. So he and I were both like, we like it, I don't know if we like it or not. In the end, we made it work, but I still would rather watch a whole episode. Even with the stuff at the end, I watch it all when I watch them now.
Move it!
Jason, Narvi, and I really feel thankful that we got the chance to do these characters, that we got to build it for you.
Really what we did is we took these two little bullies and we gave a sort of voice to the outside world.
For the people watching the show, we were like these mess-ups that loved each other no matter what, and that is a message that is taken away by every viewer who wasn't in the crowd. No matter what that crowd was, and most of us, frankly, have been that person, right?
We really tried to gear Bulk and Skull towards, in some ways, an older audience. So when people went back and watched it, or when parents watched it with their kids, they'd be like, you know, I may not get the spandex, the anime sort, but we absolutely dig on these two punks.
It's cool to be the mess-ups that are always behind each other forever. Because, I mean, really, I love Jason.
We're closer than brothers. Most of the big events in our lives, we've shared in one way or another. I'm getting all emotional.
I fear recently he may have gone over the deep end and had a break with reality, but those years were good for him.
I mean, what can I say? He's my brother. I mean, he's I'd say he's my alter ego, but, you know, I don't want to inflate his ego.
Introducing Shout Factory TV.
Who's with me? Who's with me?
A brand new multi-platform entertainment destination for pop culture junkies.
Let's party.
Watch cult and classic TV shows.
Hello, and welcome to the Satellite of Love.
Full-length movies. Legendary comedy.
Man of 1,000 faces. 1, 2.
Original specials.
You tape the show every week here?
Get a load of this guy.
Live streaming events.
Hi everyone, I'm Joel Hodson, the creator of Mystery Science Theater 3000. Welcome to Turkey Day 2013.
And more.
Welcome to your weekly shout out.
For free on any device. No subscription required. Head to ShoutFactoryTV.com and start watching instantly. Shout Factory TV, changing the channel.
Now, a motion picture so grand, so magnificent, and so vast, it spans 7,000 years.
No way. Yes way.
But it starts with Bill.
I'm Bill S. Preston.
Who was Joan of Arc? And Ted.
Noah's wife. We're in danger of flunking most heinously tomorrow.
A force from the future.
Can we go anywhere we want at any time?
You can do anything you want. Is putting history at their fingertips.
Let's reach out and touch someone.
They're traveling through time.
How's it going, Royal Ugly Dudes?
Put them in the Iron Maiden.
Excellent!
Execute them.
Bogus. How's it going, dude?
Spectre, stay olaire. And they're making a big impression.
Historical babes.
Now they're home.
Everybody get together, remember who your buddy is.
To trash the 20th century.
We got a live one here.
Keanu Reeves, Alex Winter, Napoleon.
We're from history.
Billy the Kid.
Oh my God.
Joan of Arc. Sigmund Freud.
Tell me about your mother. You a musician?
Beethoven.
Genghis Khan!
Abraham Lincoln.
Party on, dudes!
Socrates. George Carlin.
We're history.
If you guys are really us, what number are we thinking of? 69, dudes!
Bill and Ted's
Excellent! Excellent!
Excellent Adventure.
Party on, dude.
If there's a job at Power Morphicon that I would want, this man has it. His name is Realm, and he is the guest relations coordinator here for Power Morphicon. Realm, explain to the folks at home what you do.
I basically book talent to the show every 2 years, so I'm in contact with them all the time as far as, inviting them to the show and explain to them what they're expected to do. And a lot of them do return because they have a good time, reuniting with their cast members, their producers, directors, writers, things like that. So it's kind of like a high school reunion for the franchise.
Well, what I find fascinating is that every time we have one of these conventions, it basically doubles in size, but that's not just the convention space, that's the talent involved as well. How do you go about getting some of these folks who have never even been to a convention before?
Usually it's word of mouth and stuff like that, and through the cast members, they go out there and tell their, former cast members, hey, there's a show you should check out, it's the official Power Rangers convention. We did this, we did that, it'd be great if we can have you over there. And that's how everyone just reconnects, and just, let's say, let's do this, for the fans, one more time, whatever, things like that. So,
are there any folks that are at this particular Power Morphicon that you're really excited about fans getting the opportunity to meet?
I would say Ika Darville, the guy who came from RPM, it was a Disney season, Red Ranger, and he's still working right now, he's with Marvel.
Doing some great stuff.
Yeah,
Jessica
he's working
Jones.
with Marvel, Jessica Jones. He just signed on for the Defenders. He's been doing great, very well, all weekend long, fans are just loving him.
And he seems like the nicest human being over there. Everyone is just going to his table and he's all smiles, having a good time. Definitely. It seems awesome.
Yeah, one of the most humble people out there. Anne-Marie Crouch, she's having a good time. It's her first actual convention ever.
Oh.
So she's going in here really nervous, not knowing what to do, but her cast members are there helping her out, coaching her, same with Sasha Craig. She's never done a convention. Her first time. I've tried reaching out to a lot of these people, for the last 6 years, and we finally were able to get them,
Right, so. Right. What is the one thing at the convention that you most look forward to every year?
Seeing the cast members reunite with their others, just being able to bond and reconnect. That's priceless. Seeing them, reminisce, catch up, introduce their kids to each other, things like that. Catch up with their producers, like Chip. So
sure,
it's a pretty amazing, feeling when you see that.
Absolutely. As a fan yourself, do you ever get the opportunity to just walk around, take off the guest relations and social media manager cap and just enjoy the convention as a fan?
Definitely. Sometimes I'll sit down with the cast members, if they have downtime, and I'll just catch up. Not just talking about Power Rangers, we're talking about life in general, families, work, stuff like that, what we got going on the next weekend, the next convention they're booking, whatever. It's like real family, real friendship, you know what I mean? Not just talking about the show like, what did you do on this episode? What happened with that gun? Or what were you thinking? Things like that, So it's like really, a good bond, good, connection.
That's awesome. So, is there anything that you're looking forward to for the rest of the weekend that you haven't seen before? Or maybe is there that one holy grail item out there that you're always in search of?
Not really much of searching. I just like to hang out and, watch the cast, interact with the fans. We have a lot of people from all over the world, like Brazil, Canada, Australia, coming here to the official Power Rangers convention. And so it's like just seeing that connect, people saying, hey, thank you so much for putting this together, helping to put it together. You're making my dreams come true, meeting my childhood hero. That's priceless.
Oh, absolutely.
Being able to see that. I see all that stuff on social media, Twitter, Instagram, people are out there taking pictures with their childhood heroes.
Sure.
They're not going to see them, in Brazil, who knows.
Right.
But the thing is, it's like one opportunity you get every 2 years.
And for you, what was your own personal involvement with Power Rangers? What was your first experience learning about this franchise, and what made you want to then become involved with the convention?
I was actually there for the very first one when it's a charity event, for Make-A-Wish. And I went there at the last minute, and I didn't know what to expect, know. I came in there, and it's like, oh my God, there's like so-and-so, and I had no idea what to do, so it was just pretty much just trying to interact with them and just understand what they've been up to, and what was the franchise like for them. Then Scott took over, and he ended up throwing another one in 2010, and I came in there as a fan again, but then he saw me with the relationships I built with the cast members, throughout that, after that, at different shows, we'd run into each other, and he would say, hey, would you like to do guest relations, And I was like, I don't know, it sounds like a really big job. So for the first time, I turned him down.
Right.
I was like, no, I don't think I'll be able to do it. Then he comes at me again after another show, and he's like, I really need you. You seem like a good guy. I trust you. They trust you. And then he's like, you know what? Let's give it a shot. So, Power Morphicon 3 comes along. I go out there and I book as many as I can, and it seemed pretty good. Pretty fun. Being able to connect with the cast, like, in a different level.
Yeah.
As far as bringing them in, inviting them, and showing them what it's like to be at a convention.
So. You mentioned a moment ago fans from all around the world. That's the amazing thing. This is a show that really has its roots in Japan. It ended up making its way over to the United States and is now even bigger, maybe all around the world, as Power Rangers than it ever was as Super Sentai.
Yes.
But you've managed to bring the Super Sentai cast over here from Zyuranger and Dairanger.
Right.
What has your experience been like working with those guys?
It's been pretty amazing. I remember I got the text like maybe a month before Power Morphicon 4. They were, willing to come out, and I was like talking with Scott about budget and all that, and he was like, yeah, we're way out. And somehow we were able to bring them out at the last minute. We had a press release go out, everything, saying, hey, this is the first time they're ever going to be here, at a U.S. convention.
Yeah.
A lot of people, the diehard fans will know who they are, but the general fans won't know who they are. It's like this is the basis of where Power Rangers came from.
Yeah.
So bringing them out, for the first time 2 years ago was just an amazing experience. And I remember going in there and saying, like, how are we going to top this in 2 years?
Yeah.
We had no idea what was going on. I was just like, there's no way we can top this.
And even with the language barrier, they do have a translator over there, but they are fantastic with the fans.
Yes. After that experience, they want to do more shows in the U.S.
It's amazing.
Yeah, they got the promoters, their agents out there, just reaching out for any bookings they can get to bring them out to the U.S. and reach out to, all over. Not just California, maybe like New York, stuff like that.
Well, Realm, where can folks find you and the convention online if they want to learn more about it?
My best bet is saying, go with the official PowerMorphicon.com. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram. We have all the information for upcoming events and events in between the 2 years where we don't have a Power Morphicon.
Absolutely.
We do a lot of Power Morphicon Expresses like in Sacramento, San Diego, LA. We appear at Comic-Con, stuff like that. So, we'll bring out Rangers over there.
That's awesome.
So we keep it going.
And something I'm sure there in the very beginning when Mighty Morphin absolutely blew up, they had a live stage show that Saban eventually released on VHS as a live tour. And we included that on our DVD set. Well, the fans out there now get to find out that that's the next thing you're going to watch. For those of you who have never seen it, it's absolutely amazing. It is the live tour for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Let's roll that. Thank you very much, Realm.
Awesome. Thank you for having me.
All's well in Angel Grove, Zordon. It sure has been peaceful lately.
Yes, Alpha. Almost too quiet. Lord Zed must be planning something larger than usual. Where are the Power Rangers?
They are all at various locations.
Keep track of them, Alpha. I am sensing disturbing vibrations in the morphing grid.
Ay! You were right, Zordon! Oh no! Zed has begun a large-scale movement of energy from the moon to the Earth. Oh no!
Where is this energy headed?
Unknown! There's so much of it, Zordon. It's overloading all the sensors.
Recalibrate and keep trying, Alpha. I hope this doesn't mean what I think it means.
Ay!
We interrupt this program to bring you this new Central Special Report. I'm Keith Devon. Space Agency officials have announced that an unidentified flying object of immense power is headed directly for Earth. Astronomers report that this object will collide with Earth somewhere near our city. We will update you with further information as it becomes available.
14A11, it's heading towards Earth!
Tracking UFO 5.907 Tango. Velocity is off the scale. What is it? Here it comes! Oh no! It's right on top of us! It's gonna crash! Right here in our city!
We have landed here to observe and learn from the evil Lord Zed.
Look at all these little Earth creatures.
Never mind that. We have found our evil mentor.
Beware to him who knocks upon my doors. This is a place where evil dwells.
We have come to learn the evil of this place.
Then enter and submit to the power of me, Lord Zed, the Prince of Darkness. Summon me. It was us, your evilness. We have come to observe your masterful plan.
Plan? What plan?
My plan to do away with the Rangers and capture this entire city in one fell swoop.
Oh yeah, right. I've heard that before.
Please! Cover this witch! I grow tired at the sight of her.
Stop it! Don't put that on me! Well, uncover me!
I have brought us to this city in order to draw the Rangers away from their home and away from Zordon. My plan is to create a monster and unleash him upon this town. Then, as the Power Rangers come to fight my creation, Goldar will ambush and capture them two at a time and bring them here. What will we do with them, my liege? I haven't decided yet. Probably something like this.
No! Please! I'll do anything! Let me down, Lord Zed! I promise I'll be good! I'll destroy a small moon for you! You know that always makes you feel better!
Silence!
No! Goldar! Catch What?
Good, my lord. You're at your best when you're at your worst. No.
What are you doing? Put me down, Goldar! You golden geek! You'll be sorry, you big dog! Stop that! Get me out of here, you space clowns! I'm gonna turn you into tin foil! Make me dig again!
Good work, Goldar. Yes, master. Now, to begin work on my monster.
It's dark in here! Get me out of this thing! Stop swinging that ball!
Squat! Babu!
Hello.
Attend to your mistress, Rita.
Okay.
You two position yourselves outside my gate and await further instructions. Putties, invade the city. It's time to begin stirring up trouble. Do not fail me. I want everything ready for my rise to victory.
Pinpoint the landing spot and call the Power Rangers.
Right! Oh my, oh my, oh my! Hi-yi-yi-yi-yi! The object landed at coordinate 245.63. And Zordon, I can't reach the Rangers.
Our signal is being jammed. Alpha, you must go and investigate while I try to overcome the jam and call the Power Rangers to help you.
Right, Zordon! Teleporting now! That's funny. Everything looks peaceful to me. I wonder what's going on here. Something's not quite right. I wonder if my sensors were malfunctioning. This is very strange. Kids, have you seen anything unusual? What? A putty? Ay-yi-yi-yi-yi! Where? Behind me? Okay, I'll look. I don't see a putty. What? Another putty? Where? Behind me? Okay, I'll look again. Sure you see puppies? Okay, I'll look one more time. Uh-oh. Hi. Unusual weather we're having, aren't we? Yeah. Puppies! Okay? All together now. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go, go, Power Rangers! Again! Go, go, Power Rangers! That's it! Go, go, Power Rangers! Louder! Go, go, Power Rangers! One more time! Go, go, Power Rangers!
What's up, Alpha?
What's the matter?
Are you all right?
What's going on?
Do I hear putties? Are you in trouble?
I need the Power Rangers!
It's morphin' time! Mastodon! Triceratops!
17 Tiger! Pterodon!
Tyrannosaurus! Tigerzord!
For sure.
Excellent work, Power Rangers. But I'm afraid that these putties were sent to lure you to this city. The real danger is in the secret palace that Zed has set up in a cave outside of town.
What's he up to this time?
That is as yet unknown. Alpha will teleport back here and begin to try and make sense of all this.
Right, Zordon.
Meanwhile, Rangers, you should proceed to Zed's cave and try to discover his plan.
Right, Zordon. All right, Rangers, let's do it!
miserable, brainless, worthless bunches of clay!
Yeah! You guys are toast!
Lord Zed will be most unpleased.
Excellent! delightfully stupid putties have performed perfectly!
Huh? But they were beaten! They lost! They are failed warriors!
Ha! You fool! These so-called warriors are nothing more than cackling chickens! What? These chickens lured the Power Rangers into our trap! Begone, putties, or I'll have you all laying eggs! And now, my newest monster will spring the trap I have so masterfully laid.
You have a new monster!
Where is he?
Get me out of here! Get me out of this box!
Before I introduce you to our new monster, let us deal with this small matter.
Get me out of this box! What are you going to do with me?
Bring me my stretching chamber. I want reader to see this full size. Witch, make way for my new monster! He is a creature of Earth, a terrible power linked with a terrible appetite for destruction. He is Lumator, the Fire Lion! Behold!
Ooh, he's a big motor scooter, isn't he?
Isn't he magnificent? A mere touch from him can turn a house to cinders. He will overpower those power brats in a fiery fight and capture them for you, 2 at a time. Then you'll bring each pair to me so I can dispose of them personally.
An excellent plan, my lord!
Ooh, tippy-top as usual, sir.
Phew! It's really hot in here! I need a glass of water!
Water? No water! Keep that liquid stuff away from me! I hate water!
Overgrown matchstick almost singed my new gown! Lord Zed! Oh, master of all evil galaxies! Thank you for taking me out of that box! Now that you've made me big again, can I tear up a mountain range for you?
Lord Zed does not need you for that!
Quiet, monkey face! I'm talking to Zed!
I have no time for your foolishness, witch! Begone!
She's gonna hit it! She's gonna hit the moon! Wow!
No! You're gonna be sorry!
Ooh, bullseye! Right into a crater!
An excellent shot, my lord! You are truly the master of...
Stop sucking up! We have work to do. Lumitor must begin his assault on the city and keep the Rangers so busy that they won't notice you three dolts kidnapping their companions. The time has come for the beginning of the end for the Power Rangers!
Yes! Watch me destroy the city! Burn! Fire! I love fire!
Oh, I love the smell of destruction! A job well done, Lumitor!
As always, your plan is flawless, Your Excellency!
Of course it is, you dolt! Now, all we have to do is wait for the Power Rangers to arrive and watch them go down in flames.
Zed has launched a full-scale attack.
Contact the Rangers.
Affirmative. Rangers, come in.
What's up, Alpha? We're almost to Zed's cave.
Zed is attacking the city. They need help.
Oh no, we gotta stop him.
We're on our way. Let's go, guys.
I hope they make it in time.
Hey, I thought Alpha said there was an attack going on.
Maybe he meant in another part of the city.
No, Black Ranger! This is exactly where you are supposed to be! Putties! Surround them!
It's an ambush! Spread out!
I want to find out.
Oh! Ow! Stay away from the fire line! His touch will scorch you! Uh-oh. This could be trouble, you guys.
Guys, I need help.
Where'd those putties go?
We just had them.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's Aisha?
Adam's gone too.
Goldar must have taken them.
Yes, Zordon, we're here.
Sensors indicate that Goldar has captured the Black and Yellow Rangers.
Yeah, they ambushed us.
Where are they taking them?
That is unknown. You must begin a detailed search of the city between here and Zed's cave.
We've got to try and stop them before they get to the cave.
Rangers, hurry!
We're on it, Alpha. Back to action!
Everybody, let's give them a more phenomenal send-off. Let's shout like we did before. When I count to 3, let's all yell, "Go, go, Power Rangers!" All together now. 1, 2, 3. Go, go, Power Rangers! Again! Go, go, Power Rangers! Louder! Go, go, Power Rangers! One more time! Go, go, Power Rangers! Thanks, everybody! Aye.
Let go of me, you overgrown blueberry!
You get nowhere! Hurry up! I don't even like to spend that! Move it! Tuck 2, 3, 4! Come on!
advance! Lord Zed awaits!
Yeah! Faster! Faster!
You'll never get away with this.
Yeah, the others will find us. You'll see.
Yes, they will! And when they do, they will suffer the same fate as you!
Yeah, so then.
Watch it, Babu.
Well, I think I hear Lord Zed calling. See ya.
You spineless dolts! Get back here this instant!
Adam, play along with me.
Right.
Oh, my ankle! I can't walk!
Who told you could rest? Get up!
It's her bad ankle. She hurt it the last time she battled with you.
Pathetic weaklings! Squat! Babu! Get this broken ranger on her feet and get these two to Zed's cave! Putties, go back and see if the other rangers are coming yet. I will go to Zed and inform him of our victory!
All right! You heard him! On your feet!
That's right. So move it, bucko.
But it hurts too much.
Yeah, you'll have to pick her up.
Oh boy, I gotta start working out.
This would probably go faster if you just undid our chains and let me get up on my own.
Okay!
No way. We may be dumb, but we're not stupid. If we do that, you'll get away.
Right. That's good thinking, Babu.
Why, thank you.
You know, Squat, you were right. Babu's just a scaredy cat. All stick in the mud. Always following the rules, never thinking for himself.
Huh? I never said...
I wouldn't take that if I were you.
Yeah. You wouldn't?
No, I'd show him who's boss.
Right. What should I do now?
Take charge. Make a command decision. Unlock the chain so you can get us to Zed faster.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
But Babu! I don't think...
That's right. You don't think. I think.
Are you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Hey! I can think just as good as you!
And where do you get off calling me a stick in the mud?
Let's go!
Aisha, I don't think we're gonna like these guys.
I already don't like them.
Well, what do we do now?
Whatever they want us to do.
We'll never get around them.
Let's teleport.
Those stupid little teleportation toys will not work here. Welcome to my humble cave. I'm sure you'll find your stay here most stimulating.
Oh, yeah.
Parties, show our guests to their cages.
Welcome!
Oh, no, not this guest. Let's do it!
This at all. Let me out of here, Clay Brains.
So you've got us. Now what?
For now, nothing. You shall be bait. Golda, stop jamming the Rangers' signals for a moment or two so that Zordon can get a good look at our guests.
They'll figure out it's a trap. This isn't going to work.
Our friends are too smart for you. You'll see.
Nonsense! They'll come. They always do. And once you've lured your companions into my trap, your fate will be decided by our rather hot-headed friend.
This is News Central with continuing coverage of the alien crisis. Zed's terrible creation, Lumitar, has rocked the city with random attacks at various critical locations. The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers have been able to stop the alien invasion. We have also confirmed an earlier report that 2 of the have been captured by Zed. Their exact whereabouts at this time are still unknown. The follow to the crisis, and they are...
Whoa! Look at the size of those doors! Zed doesn't mess around.
Any luck?
No! And I searched every square inch of my quadrant twice.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't found anything either.
Well, that must mean that Zed has Adam and Aisha imprisoned in there.
All right, then I guess we better go in and get him.
No, wait.
Alpha, what are you doing here?
Zed is jamming our signals again. I needed to stop you.
From what? We're about to go to Zed's cave.
No, don't. It's a trap.
But Alpha, we're pretty sure Aisha and Adam are in there. We just can't leave them to Zed.
Ay. If you go in there now, you may never come out. Zordon said to return to the park and await further instructions.
But Alpha...
Tommy, he's right. We need a plan before we try anything.
Yeah, Tommy. Yeah, I'd have to agree.
All right, then. Let's do it.
Ay. We haven't got much time. I hope they think of a good plan before it's too late.
Get away from me, Goldar! Leave her alone, you overgrown bully.
Rangers in a cage! This is better than the zoo!
When is feeding time?
Back off, knuckleheads!
Silence! I don't understand it. Those power punks should have been here by now.
Don't worry, they'll be here.
Yeah, they won't let you get away with this.
Oh, spare me your tired cliches. I will get away with anything I wish to get away with. Take them away! What is that confounded sound?
A bird? No, dimwit, a plane.
Perhaps the horn of a small foreign car? Neat.
Here she comes again.
She fell off the moon!
Hi, honey. I'm home. Moon. Big moon. Then, ow! Sun. Hot sun. Sun hot. Really hot.
Ooh, she's gonna feel that in the morning.
You two, get her out of here. There's work to be done.
Pretty stars. Oh, shooting stars. Twinkle, twinkle, floating stars. Up in the air. I can fly. Watch your hands. That tickles.
My patience is growing thin. I think it's time we raise the stakes a bit.
Oh boy! Steaks? Is it dinner time already?
No, you brainless space sponge! I mean, we need to do something to get the other Power Rangers to try and rescue their friends. Bring those cages to me.
Get us out of here!
What do you think you're gonna do to us?
Just look at them. How pathetically they squirm. Putties, cover those cages. Golda, I want Zordon and the Rangers to see what I am about to do. Beam the images right into Zordon's command center if you have to.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Whatever you do, it isn't gonna work. They'll find find a way to beat you with or without us.
Even if you vaporize us, you'll lose.
Vaporize you? An interesting thought. But I have far more interesting and unpleasant things I can do with you. Like this, for instance. Let them be monkeys!
Oh, boy! Monkeys!
You know something? You look an awful lot like my Aunt Ida.
No, this is not yet perfect. I need to turn them into something more suitable for a cage. Ah, I've got it. Cover the cages!
Oh, goody, goody! Another surprise! Nobody can do surprises like Lord Zed!
What are you going to turn them into now?
Something to forever remind them that their bird-brained antics are no match for my power. Yes! Excellent! This should prod your stupid friends into action. Cover them again!
Goody, the Rangers are gonna get it at last.
Birds of a feather get caged together! Get it?
Numatar! Be ready. Your moment of glory has nearly arrived. With the flame of your touch and the force of my master plan, they shall be defeated forever!
Rangers, Zed has just turned black and yellow Rangers into birds.
Cockatoos, to be exact.
Why can't we just storm the cave and get them out?
Because of Lumitor. He can absorb any energy you fire at him and use it against you.
Plus, as long as he is inside Zed's cave, he is protected by Zed's powerful magic.
Then we'll have to lure Lumitor away from Zed's cave.
Yeah, but then what? Hey, I've got it. What? Zordon, can you load the Firebird Thunderzord with silver iodide?
Yes, Billy. Excellent idea.
Billy, what are you two talking about?
Never mind, I'll explain it later. Come on, we better hurry.
All right, Rangers, back to action.
Good luck, Power Rangers. Come on, boys and girls. The Rangers need all the help they can get. On the count of 3, let's all shout, "Go, go, Power Rangers!" Really, really loud. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go, go, Power Rangers! Again. Go, go, Power Rangers! Louder. Go, go, Power Rangers! One more time. Go, go, Power Rangers! That's it. Thanks, boys and girls. Look, here come the Power Rangers. Ay, 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 ay.
All right, guys. This time we're saving 2 of our own. Let's keep it together. Let's do it. We need Thunderzord power now! Force that you've never seen before. They've got the ability to morph and to even up the score. No one can ever take them down. The power lies on their side.
They want to rescue their friends and fight the battle with swords? So be it. Lumitor, your victims await you in the city. Go and use your gigantic strength to defeat the Power Rangers. Do not fail me.
Yes, Lord Zed! Alright, Power Punks, let's see what you've got! Your souls are no match for Lumitor! Come on, what are you afraid of? Come out, wherever you are!
We're sorry you ever took on the Power Rangers.
Oh, tell me that's not the best you can do! You're not even going to be fun to wipe out! Take this! Miss me!
Mega Tiger Zord transformation now!
Yes, transform! I want a little more of a challenge before I destroy you!
All right, Kimberly, launch the Firebird Thunderzord now!
I'm tired of this silly game! Now is my turn! Oh, good! Face to face at last! Now, I'll finish you Rangers off once and for all! Shall know the power of fire fueled by the evil of Lord Zed.
Oh yeah? Well, now you're gonna know the power of thunder.
We need the power of all of you to help us destroy Lumitor.
Come on, everyone, help us out. We want rain. Come on, everyone. We want rain. 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 We want rain! 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 We want
I can't stand it! I'm getting weak! I can't stand!
Whoa! Did you see that? I can't believe what just happened.
Lumitor melted right in front of our eyes.
Well, Lumitor is made of fire, and water puts fire out. So I had Kimberly seed the clouds.
Great plan, Billy. All we need to do now is battle our way into Zed's cave and rescue Adam and Aisha.
I just hope they're still all right.
Come on, guys. Two of our best friends are in danger. They need our help. I say we can do it. You with me?
Power Rangers!
This is
definitely the strangest thing that's ever happened to me.
Tell me about it. I just ate some birdseed, and I liked it.
Yeah, and what's with this thing? Got a mind of its own.
Adam, what are we gonna do?
I don't know. But I don't like the idea of being bait for our friend's big fall.
We've got to try to warn them if we can.
What are we gonna do? Squawk at them? Unless they speak bird, they can't understand us. Shh, someone's coming.
It's Goldar.
Putties, cover up the birds. It's time for them to lure our next victims. Move your lazy, brainless bodies faster! Goldar waits for nobody!
No! That one goes on the other side!
It does not. It goes on the top.
Wait a minute! The ankle is connected to the neck! Or is that the ear?
I think it's the nose myself.
Enough, putties! Finish the job!
I prefer if you put your best foot forward. It requires a little more effort if you would.
Don't made a putty!
Let's be proud of our effort. That's right.
Gotta work harder!
That's right. Move it over here.
To the left!
Well,
No, your other left!
Yeah. Lift it up. You look good.
That's better!
I like that.
Oh, look at you!
It's magnificent. Or is it? Yes, it is. I like it.
Silly butty, building silly monster. 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 Silly butty, building silly monster.
Move with the evil magic of Zen!
Bye-bye, you bird!
Goldar certainly is cranky. That's right. It used to upset me, but now I'm used to it. I don't take it personally.
Behold the Hollow Monster! A gift from Lord Zed to the puny Power Rangers!
Yeah! Oh, yeah! But what happens if the Power Rangers beat our monster?
Nothing can defeat Hollow Monster except sound! Sounds bounce around inside of him and can shake him apart. Now, get these birds in position and hide the monster in the park.
Ooh, absolutamente!
Get to work!
That's right. I can't wait to see what Hollow Monster's going to do. Hurry up, putties, get a move on.
Yeah! Last putty in position is a doofus dweeb!
Quiet, pea brains! Or I'll have hollow monster tents on your foreheads! I give the orders around here!
Did you hear that? We've got to tell the other Rangers.
I hate to remind you, but we're birds, remember? They don't talk bird.
Yes, but cockatoos can speak people.
Yeah, a word or two. But... Right! I'll work on the word hollow. You work on the word sound.
Look, Adam, Aisha!
Shh! They probably can't answer you.
This has got to be another trap. What do we do?
Well, I'd say the best thing to do is to spring the trap and see what happens.
Agreed. You guys back us up. Billy and I will go in. Hey, chill out, guys. It's us. What is Whitten?
Hollow!
Sound!
I don't get it.
Hollow!
Sound!
What's that sound?
I've got a bad feeling about this. Look!
Hollow!
Sound!
Hollow!
Sound!
Why do they keep repeating the same words?
I don't know.
Have you asked them?
Ask them how?
That's right. None of you speaks bird. Take me over to the cages. Squawk, squawk, tweet, squawk, tweet. Right.
What did she say?
She said that the monster is hollow and that loud sound can reverberate inside him and break him apart.
What? You mean all we need is a lot of noise?
Yeah, all right, guys. Rocky and I will keep old Kettlehead busy while you two muster up as much noise as you can. Saba, remember that warning you asked me for?
Yes, consider me duly warned.
All right, kids. We need your help. On the count of 3, we need for you to make as much noise as you can.
Shout out as loud as you can and help us defeat the monster. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3.
We did it, boys and girls! Give yourself a big hand!
Not much to this guy, was there? He fell completely apart.
And to think if it weren't for... Adam? Aisha?
They're gone. Where?
Did any of you see where they went?
Where did they go? Where?
Did Goldar and the putties take them?
Are you sure it was them? Goldar must have taken them back to Zed's cave.
The question is, how do we get in there? What was that? Hey, over there, that rock moved.
Well, look what we have here.
Gotcha, squad.
Goldar left you out, huh?
Well, then all you have to do is to tell us how to get inside Lord Zed's cave, and we'll let you go.
Never! I don't know where the cave is, and how do you know he even has a cave? And even if he does have a cave, the doors would be locked, and there is no key!
Once again, this is Keith Devin with the News Central update and continuing coverage of the space alien crisis. The attacks on downtown and other parts of the city have finally stopped, though thanks to the efforts of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. However, Lord Zed's cave is still intact, and he could resume his invasion at any time. That is, unless the Power Rangers can force him to leave. We can only hope our superheroes are working on a way to save us all from Lord Zed. Hopefully, we'll be back in a moment.
No, I'm not telling you anything.
Come on, Squat. Open the door. Pretty please.
Stop! That tickles!
Forget it then. You see, I've already figured out how to enter this disgusting place.
Ooh! That's impossible! When the doors are closed, they open only for the evil subjects of Lord Zed!
Or those who think evil thoughts. So that leaves you out because you can't even think.
Whoa! I can too think! Just watch!
Nice going, Saba. Thanks, Squat. All right, Rangers, let's go get our friends.
What about Squat?
He's harmless. Let's go.
They didn't think I could think. When I showed those Power Rangers once and for all, I used my head good. I thought as bad a thought as anybody could think. I think. Na 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 na. Blido blido blido.
Would you get a load of this place?
I just want to find Adam and Aisha and get out of here, because this place really gives me the creeps.
What was that?
In the wall, back there.
Did you hear that? That must be them.
Let's go get them. But keep your eyes open and your senses alert. Zed could be anywhere in here.
Everything is going according to my plan. We have them exactly where we want them.
What about me, Lord Zed? Did I do good? I mean bad?
For once, you did what you were told to do. An amazing feat for someone as brainless as you.
Thanks, Lord Zed. I think.
Now, to have a bit more fun with them before I turn them into tree frogs. Golda! Take a platoon of putties down into the lower cave and confront the Rangers. Give them a good fight. I want them nice and warmed up for their final battle.
As you wish. Putties, follow me.
Finally, after so many disappointments, the Power Rangers will be no more. What a day! What a gloriously evil day!
This doesn't look right. We should have turned in the last fork in the cave.
I'm sure this is the way.
I'm sorry, Tommy, but I agree with Blue Ranger.
Well, I'm sure we're on the right path.
How can you be sure?
Look!
Buddies, attack! Buddies, withdraw! Let the Rangers make their fight in the heart of the dungeon! The friends you seek are here, and here is where you all shall stay forever, cowering before the power of Zed.
Rangers don't cower, Tinhead. Where's old Zed anyway?
He is all around you, Ranger. All around you.
Cut the speeches, Zed. We want our friends back now.
Why, you arrogant little ant? It's time you were squashed. Your time as Power Rangers is about to come to a close.
We gotta call the Zords. No. Zed's magic is too strong here for you to penetrate with your signal. In other words, we're on our own.
What about our power coins?
Insufficient power without help.
Help? What kind of help?
If we could reflect some of Zed's energy back at him, we could break his hold on this place.
I know exactly what to do. All of you out there with a spot reflector, when we tell you to, hold it up and point the mirror side toward us. Let's show Zed evil doesn't stand a chance when friends work together to stop it.
Now, Power Rangers, now you see the true power of my evil magic. With it, I now surround you, and with it, I will crush you and your feathered friends.
All right, we need the extra power now.
It's time! Hold up your reflectors! Reflect the light back to Zed!
Hold them up, everyone! We need more light! More light! More light! More light! More light! More light! More light!
What are you doing? No! It can't be! My magic is weakening!
More light! Tommy! Focus the energy toward the back of the cave.
More light! More light! More light! More light! More light! We almost got it, but we need more power. More light! More light! More light! More light! More light!
Everybody, don't give up. Use your voices. Louder! More light! More light!
Come on, you can do it! More light! More light! More light! More light! More light!
Keep shouting! More light! More light! Come on, guys, keep shouting! More light! More light! Tiger power now!
Boy, are we glad to see you!
You took the words right out of my beak. Mouth.
Let's do it, guys! We got a job to finish. Right!
driven me back to the moon this time, but I'll be back. By the stars, I will be back.
Come in, Zordon.
Congratulations, Power Rangers! You have once again achieved the impossible!
Lord Zed has indeed returned to his palace on the moon, and boy, is he mad.
Well, we couldn't have done it without all of you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Give yourself a big hand. You guys deserve it.
We were pretty scared there.
Thanks for not giving up on us.
What are friends for?
And Saba, you speak great bird.
Well, I suppose I've always had a talent for languages.
Zed has begun another problem in Angel Grove. I'm afraid you must go.
Well, no rest for the weary. Come on, Rangers, let's go.
Bye! Thanks for everything.
And don't forget to be good.
Be kind, help out others, and always try to do the right thing.
All right, Rangers, let's go. Back to action.
The Summer Olympics are upon us, and for the first time in the history of the Games, one athlete is competing in every single event. That athlete? MST3K's Crow T Robot. Best known for his record-breaking wisecracks, he's also the bot to watch in this year's Games. He's competing in gymnastics, swimming, even equestrian dressage. And he's practically a lock for the brand new event, competitive film and TV streaming. Show your support for Crow by watching him and his intergalactic teammates on Shout Factory TV. We've got classic MST3K shorts like speech, platform posture, and appearance, which provides tips to look and sound good on the Olympic podium. Other shorts feature scintillating topics like appliances and high school shop class. Plus, don't miss our latest full-length classic MST3 episodes, The Crawling Eye and The Slime People. If there was a gold medal for interviewing, Dick Cavett would have so many on his mantle it would collapse from the weight. This month, watch him go head-to-head with legendary Olympians like boxer Muhammad Ali and gymnast Julianne McNamara. Finally, if you enjoy Olympic gymnastics but wish it had more monster battles, check out Power Morphicon Live. This inside look at the Power Ranger convention is packed with all the acrobatic feats and sci-fi action you love without a single pommel horse. Shout Factory TV. Start streaming for free now across all these devices. Shout Factory TV, changing the channel. The not-too-distant future is now with the official Mystery Science Theater 3000 YouTube channel. Subject yourself to the experiment with full movies from your favorite show, featuring righteous riffing from Mike, Joel, and the bots. No time for a healthy and nutritious full episode? Celebrate MST3K Mondays with a new batch of classic clips released every week. Check out our top riffs and best of lists, 100% guaranteed to settle all internet debates. Warning, not an actual guarantee. Don't get the reference? Check out our special annotated episodes explaining all the jokes. Then lie to your friends about how knowledgeable you are. The MST3K YouTube channel, industry, science, and technology, bringing you state-of-the-art cheesy movies, direct from the best brains at the Gizmonic Institute and Shout Factory.
President's on line 1 calling about is everything okay with the alien spacecraft from Planet 10, or should he just go ahead and destroy Russia?
Tell him yes on 1 and no on 2.
Which was yes, destroy Russia, or number 2? You can't have an amazing convention without some amazing cosplay. We went out looking for folks in costume this weekend and saw some fantastic stuff. Let's take a look. All right, gang, we've got Tom from Extreme Costumes here. Tom, this Zord is absolutely amazing. I have to know what kind of man hours were required to build something like this?
That's a secret we can't really reveal, but honestly, we don't really keep track like that. It's more measured in, this is roughly 8 weeks of nonstop labor of 3 people.
That is absolutely fantastic. And I see it's made, it looks like vacuum formed.
This is vacuum formed. Then you're going to find over here, this is EVA foam.
Right.
And then inside everything, you'll see that there's an aluminum skeleton to help support all of that.
Yeah, I love the engineering that you see here with the supports, and it really helps out. I hope it helps out Ryan.
Oh yeah, Ryan's one of the creators, along with myself and Key. Also, we have another gentleman, Raul, who was really a help at a big paint. Not that I haven't wrecked the paint job.
Well, it just gives it the nice battle damage look.
But this arm here actually weighs 20 pounds, and a normal performer really couldn't carry that all that long. So we have a little system of supports to help guide it. Want to show them how it works, Ryan?
Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful job. And this is what you do for a living.
Oh yeah, we've got a ton of giant robots and other amazing characters. We make original content, we do recreations of other people's work. I mean, if you look over, and then you look here, you'll see a pretty...
It's pretty spot on.
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that.
You absolutely should be. Are you guys going to be here throughout the weekend?
The entire weekend. We're here to just take pictures. Do not ask us how much money it is for the picture. Sabian took care of that entire thing. Only thing you need to have is a smile.
That is fantastic. Well, you guys should absolutely come and check this out. It's an amazing work of art. We'll let you guys get to it. Thank you, Tom.
so much.
So we have David and Diana here. Guys, your costumes are absolutely fantastic. I have to imagine it's a little toasty, and it's just going to get more so as the convention grows in size. But I have to ask, why these costumes? What is it about the Power Rangers that makes it a favorite of yours?
Well, for me personally, I think that growing up as a Power Rangers fan, I know that it relates to a lot of people. You know, growing up and whatnot, and just being like childish is kind of just like your everyday thing. And coming to these conventions, this is my first official Power Morphicon. I've heard so much about this convention. Like, it's not really my type of scene because I'm more of like a Spider-Man guy.
Sure.
But you know, Power Rangers, like I love them and everything. You know, when it finally came down to pick a color, I chose the black one because it's underrated. You know, like I see a lot of red, I see a lot of blue.
This is what I'm saying. Like I've been saying, Mastodon, the Black Ranger, all the way.
Yeah,
how about you, Diana?
Well, actually, I am a hardcore fan of Power Rangers ever since I was born. I grew up as a tomboy. All I watched was Power Rangers. I wasn't really into Barbies and everything, and I just felt like I really related to the Power Rangers a lot, especially they started off Mighty Morphin as high school kids. Okay. And I feel like it's just something where it followed me as I grew older. I mean, I'm 24 now. I still watch Power Rangers, and I just feel like it's very inspirational.
It absolutely is.
Definitely.
What is it that you guys are looking forward to this weekend, having come to the convention now?
Mostly for me, I'm just looking to see who's gonna be able to relate to me and what I'm wearing. You know, like I want to hear shout outs like, "Hey, I know exactly what you are, buddy." You know, and like all that good stuff.
I think you're gonna have a lot of people know exactly who you are at this convention.
Yeah.
What about you? Is there anything that you're looking forward to seeing?
Well, one thing for sure is I really want to meet all my childhood, childhood role models and celebrities. I just saw a couple of them, like in Ninja Storm, Dino Thunder. I got to see Blake, Trent, I met Captain Smith.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, and then so it was really nice, and I just hope to meet everyone else, like Bruno from MMPR Toys.
Absolutely.
And now Shout Factory, we met Mean Mug.
Yeah.
Also, so we just really want to. It's nice to even just see them walk by. It feels unrealistic.
It's a great convention, even just for that. Is there anything that you guys are looking to pick up at the show? Is there that holy grail that you've always wanted to own and maybe you're looking for?
Well, I think that, you know, when the time comes and everything, like we'll know that.
You'll know it.
We'll know it. It's more just like a feel.
I understand that. We're convention goers. We get it. Yeah, we totally get it. Well, thanks for joining us, guys. Have fun at the convention, and I hope you get to meet everyone that you want to. It's going to be a great treat.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, guys. We've got Jay and Joaquin. Obviously, got an absolutely iconic, fantastic costume. Very well done. I have to ask, what kind of man hours went into building a costume like this?
What kind of man hours went to building this?
I don't know, but it took me a whole year.
It took him a whole year.
A year?
A year.
It is absolutely impressive. Why this particular Dragon Sword?
Why this particular Dragon Sword?
The tradition from the 1993s. I grew up in that era.
We both grew up in '93 when this Dragon Sword came out, and he loved it so much that he decided to build it.
It is absolutely beautiful. So obviously, you're a Green Ranger guy. I mean, green versus white. If Tommy is going to be there, it's going to be Green Ranger all the way, right?
Oh yes, of course.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, for me too. I mean, come on.
So I have to ask, what is it about green versus white when it's the same character?
Okay. So first of all, when we saw the Green Ranger appear, we were like, this dude is a badass, and he's really nice. And then all of a sudden he turned bad, and he had that badass sword along with the flute.
Yeah, he had the flute.
Right, but then when he called the flute, and all of a sudden, like, you see this just appearing out of the ocean, and then, you know, stepping on things and making the sounds, and then all of a sudden seeing the lights blow up, and then, like, the missiles, that did it for me.
It's absolutely beautiful. The thing that I find interesting is that it's that bad boy that everyone loves.
Right.
You know, especially when you've got the 5-parter.
Yeah.
It's really what solidified everyone's fandom in Tommy. But it's an absolutely beautiful piece. Are you going to be here throughout the convention showing this off?
He's going to be here. We're doing a picture with all of the MMPR guys at 8:50. He wanted to come in here, you know, show it off to some people. I am the handler for this guy, and then we have a whole nother group that dresses up in the MPR guys.
Sure.
And so, you know, when you cosplay, you don't have enough time to take a couple steps.
Right.
So I decided to just become the handler and to, you know, get everything moving.
Good on you, sir.
So
every good cosplayer needs that amazing handler.
Yeah,
I understand that. So I have to ask, what is it made of?
It is made out of, what is it made? 100% foam. 100% foam. And hot glue.
And hot glue, yeah.
And zip ties.
It is absolutely beautiful. Yeah. Is there anything you guys are looking forward to seeing at the convention this weekend?
I think we want to, I hope, and I don't know why they wouldn't do this, the movie trailer, the new movie trailer.
It would be great. It would be nice to see.
Right, because why are you not going to show a Power Ranger movie trailer at a Power
Ranger?
Right.
They didn't have it at Comic-Con, so this would be the perfect place.
But that would be like showing, hey, guess what, guys? We're not showing the Rogue One trailer at
Celebration. Right. So, totally understood.
I got to say, though, too, if there was a choice between the Green Ranger and the Red Ranger, I'm choosing the Red Ranger. I'm sorry.
Really? Now, is that the Austin St. John or Steve Cardenas?
Just the Red Ranger.
Just Red Ranger over Green Ranger. Yeah. Understood. Is that a controversial statement for you? Red Ranger versus Green Ranger. He picks the Red Ranger.
Yeah.
All right. Understood. Well, beautiful work, guys. Enjoy the convention.
Thank you. I like your guys' stuff that you put out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Gets us through a lot of boredom.
No, wow. We owe Saban a great deal of thanks for that.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Great. Thanks, guys.
No problem. Thank you.
The Power Ranger fans are some of the most loyal fans I've ever seen. I mean, I cannot believe 20 years later that people are still so fascinated by the show.
The fans are amazing. Whatever we gave to them, they give back to us. Or at least they give back to me tenfold when I meet them.
We early on realized that our success was entirely based on the fact that we had very passionate fans.
I have fans that come and train here at my jiu-jitsu academy and stuff.
The fans are phenomenal. Power Ranger fans are the best because they're diehard. Being a Power Ranger fan never goes away.
Our fans are awesome. Some of them are still fans that show up who I've now known for 20 years.
Now it's like, hey, on Facebook, I friend all my fans. I'll answer their questions and stuff like that.
If I had to describe the fans, first I'd say we were surprised that they were as young as they were. But then we were so pleased at how dedicated they were.
A week after it premiered, the initial ratings came, and they were to the point where we were kind of shaking our heads. A month later, we were the #1 show across the board for all kids. 2 months later, we were on the cover of TV Guide.
And 20 years later, fans still love the show so much, there's an entirely fan-run convention called Power Morphicon.
Well, for me, Power Rangers has always been a big part of my life. I grew up watching it. Ever since I was a little kid, I was hooked, absolutely hooked on that first episode I ever saw.
I was really big into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, dinosaurs, and Transformers.
Kids really loved dinosaurs back then.
So I see this commercial for something with teenagers turning into dinosaurs that are also giant robots, and they all use karate. So there was no question I was going to be hooked.
They're really relatable to a degree. They're teenagers, they go to school just like we do, yet they have
this whole other life that they lead.
That was actually my cell phone. Like all the fans, we all have like the communicator beep for our ringtones on our phone. So like when we go to conventions, we'll hear that sound like 50 million times.
So many people grew up with Power Rangers as a part of their background that they are fans by default, whether they want to or not. We are a part of their lives.
Well, for me personally, I love the action. The action is what defined it, and along with the adventure and the comedy, PR made for a very good show.
So one day I'm flipping through the channels and I see part 2 of The Wedding. And I missed part 1. So I'm like, Rita's back. Rita and Zed are married. That's it. I'm never missing another episode of this.
You know, people talk about Power Rangers as being science fantasy, and people look at how the show can do basically any genre it wants to, depending on the season. And I think nowhere is that more clear than the first season of the show. You've got the alien wizards, you've got the dinosaurs, you got the giant robots, you have alternate dimensions. I mean, the first season literally does every stock science fiction, fantasy, genre story, except for time travel and alternate universes. And season 2 does time travel 4 times. I don't think you could set a better template for everything the show does successively unless you did something as ambitious as that first season, because it does everything you could possibly want in a kid's show. And then you got Tommy. I don't think the show would have gone more than 40 episodes without Tommy. Green Ranger Mania drove this show.
I originally was hired for like 5 to 10 episodes on Power Rangers. And, you know, Tommy, again, was the good guy, then he was the bad guy, then the Green Ranger lost his powers. When I lost the powers, really, everyone kind of freaked out. You know, they contacted the network and was like, hey, we got to bring the Green Ranger back. Literally, parents were calling, saying that their kids are not going to eat if the Green Ranger don't come back.
My earliest memory of the show had to be when the Green Ranger came on the scene, and it was the first episode where the team didn't win in the end. It was a to be continued, and the Green Ranger was kicking their butt for 5 parts, and it wasn't until the very end that they finally win. So I just remember standing over my brother, not knowing what he was going to do next, not knowing how the Rangers were going to come back from this, and at the same time still liking the Green Ranger, like wishing he was a part of the team. And at the end of the 5-part saga, he became a part of the team. So he instantly became my favorite Ranger, and it's something I'll never forget.
So I think what I brought to the role was, you know, being humble, being likable, being at first kind of a loner. So I think kids identified with that. Some of the kids out there that maybe didn't have friends at the time, I pretty much was the new guy in town, and I had to make friends. So I think a lot of people could relate to that, and that's why my character became so popular.
He's introduced on the thinnest pretext imaginable. Hi, I'm the new kid. And then he's hurt terribly, granted by an alien witch, but he's still hurt and rejected. And he spends most of that first season pretty much repenting for what had been done to him.
Tommy is my number 1.
We've changed a lot of people's lives. I hear that a lot.
He got me to work out, be strong, just change. Now I'm 1 away from black belt. I'm crazy fighter.
Every kid out there had at least one Ranger that they related to.
You know what the crazy thing is? When we were on the television show, you didn't know how impactful the show was on fans because you're working, you know, 12 to 15-hour days. You go home, go to sleep, and then you go back to work.
There is, there's a soulfulness and a real sweetness about the Power Rangers fans, and in particular, people that love Bulk and Skull.
I got a Facebook message from a fan that said 3 reasons I should get back from Afghanistan alive. My favorite restaurant, my wife, and to meet Paul Schreier and Jason Narvey at the next convention. That's heavy. That's heavy. You're a part of someone's life who is doing important things.
They're like, you changed my life. You were my idol. You were the person that, you know, you're a girl that looked like me. I've never seen a girl like you on TV. You know, you were a superhero. I mean, it's so many different emotions. And at that moment, you go, wow, you know, it's different when you're a kid. And it's different when they look up to you and they kind of grow up with you.
You know, there was something that Royce Heron said at Power Morphicon a few years ago that's really stuck with me about the show's success, and her thought was that it wasn't just that they were role models for kids in the costumes, that the kids were basically upstanding citizens on the show, that the Rangers were giving back to their community, they were doing recycling drives, they were doing charity, everything. They were teaching kids martial arts. The show really was like civics class for kids. It was teaching you being a good citizen doesn't require you put on stupid outfits or drive around in giant robots. It was just telling you give back to your community. That makes you as close to a Power Ranger as you can be. And I think there's something really beautiful about that. And I don't think you get that out of a lot of superhero programs.
I went to a boxing match, and this big, huge bouncer standing there. He's like, "Hey, man, you're the Power Ranger." And I'm like, "Wow, that's cool. You got kids?" He's like, "Nah, man, I'm watching myself." I was like, "Wow, okay, well, that's interesting." And I'm like, "Okay, I wouldn't expect it." You know, he's like 32 and a Power Ranger fan, but it's the martial arts. It pulled everybody in. You know, there were so many people that watched it for the martial arts aspect of it, because, you know, people grew up watching Bruce Lee and you know, various other people that were exciting to them as martial artists. And now here you had teenagers, kids that were martial artists and that were doing positive things.
We hooked up with Dare America in order to be ambassadors against drugs for kids. And as part of that, we did an appearance at the first live appearance of the Power Rangers at the Universal Amphitheater.
How do you guys feel about female superheroes out there?
Jason Narvi and I coming out on stage at the Universal Amphitheater when we shut down the freeways around Los Angeles and having our breath taken away by a sea of flashbulbs going off.
It was like the Beatles.
They had closed down this major theme park in Los Angeles and shut down the freeways, which was the headline that went out on national news that night.
As I got older, I started to become really fascinated by the show from a production standpoint.
Despite it being the adaptation of the Super Sentai in Japan, which was already a very successful show in its own right, I think they've done very well to maintain originality, and it would have been far too easy for them just to copy and paste.
The foam rubber suits were all intact. The props could just be shipped from Japan and new fights could be staged. You could literally build a completely new show out of the same parts, and the animated shows that came before were mostly just hacking pieces out. Power Rangers would build completely new episodes from the pieces they were given. I think Power Rangers from the onset was its own beast.
It's the only true blending of two different cultures. It's Japanese and American culture blended together into a single product. And it's really unlike anything else on TV.
Hey, I'm Bruno, and I'm a Power Ranger superfan. In addition to loving the show because it was fun and it had martial arts and the dinosaurs and all that great stuff, I was really interested in the show for all the different creative elements, such as puppets, animatronics, special effects, pyro, miniatures, and all of the stuff that they did on Power Rangers that was so cool and that worked so well, they did on a really low budget. And it was stuff that you could kind of say, I could sort of see how they did this. And you could go to your local craft store or hardware store and buy foam and plaster, latex. You could actually construct your own Ultrazord set similar to what they did in Season 3 with Titanus, and not spend a lot of money doing it. And then, of course, dry ice makes it more fun. And how cool is it you could go to your local toy store and buy the exact same Power Morph or Blaster or even Megazord that you saw on the show. It's like owning a television prop, except at a very reasonable price. And that certainly helped contribute to my compulsive toy collecting.
Sometimes we would actually have the prop guy just buy a toy, a little toy, come in. We would use the toy in the actual show.
Power Rangers really inspired me creatively growing up and continues to. And I still watch the show, and I'm happy to say I do.
So we've got fans from 4 to 34 who, at one point in their life, if not today, they were passionate and excited and hardcore fans of Power Rangers. And that's really remarkable and exciting and something that we're very proud of, we're very humbled by, and we are looking and working on ways to celebrate that with our fans through the show and through other things that we're going to be doing. And certainly not just celebrate the 20 years past, but begin to lay the foundation for years to come. And we're thrilled that kids today are responding as enthusiastically as they ever have. And it gives us great hope for many more years of great Power Rangers to come.
Now on DVD. Ninja Sentai Kahuaranger, the complete series, is now available in a 10-disc set. Get ready for the third release of Super Sentai from Shout Factory. And if you want even more Sentai action, pick up Super Sentai Zyuranger and Gosei Sentai Dai Ranger. Ninja Sentai Kahuaranger, the complete series. Now available on DVD.
If you miss the train I'm on, you will know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Lord, I'm one, Lord, I'm two, Lord, I'm three, Lord, I'm four, Lord, I'm 500 miles from my home. 500 miles, 500 miles, 500 miles, 500 miles, Lord, I'm 500.
Welcome back to Power Morphicon Live 2016. I am your host, Brian Ward. With me is, if you're a fan of Power Rangers, toys, you know these two, Bruno and Mia from MMPR Toys.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Welcome. Has there been anything on this floor this year that you guys have been especially excited about seeing?
It's just overwhelming excitement. If you guys love Power Rangers, there's people from all different seasons, so many toys, all sorts of just cool cosplay and assorted fan-made things. Right before this interview, we were just with Rancic and Nadira and Coda from Dino Charge.
That had to be awesome.
It was awesome. Coda came
really
up
awesome.
and he wanted to take a selfie with Rancic and Nadira. So that's who we were just coming from.
So how many, you guys have been to all 5 Morphicons, right?
It's been 5,
Right.
yeah.
So
first one was 07.
As you've seen them grow, what is it about this convention do you think brings people from literally all over the world to Pasadena, California every 2 years?
Power Morphicon is the biggest show, and I mean, probably for a lot of reasons, but one main reason is that everybody lives here in California for the most part. So, you know, you've got all this cast and crew, and you've got prop makers and people that work behind the scenes as well. So all those people are here. So some people are still acting, so you know, they'll come for like maybe a couple hours. They can't do the whole weekend, so that's why it's so big. And it's just,
Well,
you know,
just-
Scott does a really great job.
It has everything.
It has everything.
Yeah.
Getting everybody together and.
Well, it's amazing. Of all the conventions we've done and been to, this is the one convention that I think everyone from the vendors to the cast and the crew, the writers of the show, producers, and then everyone in attendance. They're all just happy to be here.
Yeah. It's an all Power Ranger con, so yeah, if you love Power Rangers, you want to be here.
So I've seen you over at the Bandai booth a couple of
Yes.
times.
Oh yeah.
Is there anything over there that you guys are especially excited about that's coming up?
Losing my voice a little.
Well,
One thing
it's
that
been a good 3 days.
Yes. One thing that we finally got to announce at a panel we were on yesterday, they're doing Poisandra for the 5-inch line. So I've been very excited about that.
Can't wait for that.
I love the 5-inch figures. They're doing a Legacy Power Sword. They've got this Tamashii Nations Megazord that I believe will combine.
That's beautiful.
It is so pretty from the original series. What else? More Dino Charge stuff, 5-inch figures. The Legacy figures are looking great. They announced Zeo yesterday, in addition to all the other ones we talked about. Possible future releases like
Psycho Rangers.
Psycho Rangers for the Legacy line. Possibly Bad Guys, even Legacy Vulcan Skull maybe.
That would be awesome.
They're really talking about a lot of cool stuff. If the line does well, which it is so far, kind of like with the Sentai DVDs.
Sure.
You know, you guys buy the stuff, companies make more. That's how you guys work too, right?
That's exactly how it works.
That's how it works. You guys buy it, they make more.
Well, speaking of buying it, watching it, making more, what do you guys have coming up on MMPR Toys these days?
We've been working on Titano Charge review, even though I know it's kind of old news, but Mia's doing awesome effects on that. So taking our time. It's going to be a really cool video. We've got lots of Japanese stuff coming up, eventually movie stuff. I think I could say that. I'm a little
you
overtired.
just did.
I just did. I'm
That's
like,
fine.
Eventually movie stuff.
Right. Well, and I have to say, Mia, like, well, you guys create the greatest videos in terms of toy reviews that I maybe have ever seen on YouTube because, in large part, due to your contribution with the effects and all of that.
Thank you very much.
It is clearly a labor of love between you guys.
Yeah,
Yes.
Definitely. It takes a lot of hours to make those effects and stuff.
It's great that we're so close. We got up early in the morning. I say, "Hun, this is what I want you to do today." I lock her in the dungeon. I say, "You're not coming out till it's done." I had the little window. I slide her the food, right?
Yeah,
I cook her the frozen waffles
well,
and everything.
you're standing over me with a whip. And,
That's what I do, and she does a great job, and
sounds like a Tuesday to me.
Or Wednesday, yeah. But
sure, yeah, depending on your
and
schedule.
then we do it again the next day.
Yeah, absolutely.
She wears a lot of makeup to hide the bruising, but this doesn't hurt, does it?
Is there anything you guys are still looking forward to in this last day of the convention?
I honestly don't even know what's going on.
I understand. Have you bought anything? Have you been able?
No.
You're a big toy buyers.
We are.
Have you guys been able to buy anything? Is there a holy grail that you guys are
there are
still
always
looking
grails.
for?
Always with the grails.
We're always looking for like chrome variants of things. Those are
I
cool.
could find a chrome Gao deer.
Yeah.
That would be wonderful. Yes.
And no one here has.
No.
What? So if you know where to find one, you know who to send.
I have an almost complete chrome Isis Megazord. It's just missing the deer. But
what body part is that?
It's an arm.
All right, so at least you can get away with fighting someone with one good arm.
Yeah.
if you had
He's got
to.
the giraffe spear at least.
Really, you can't go wrong with a giraffe spear.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, as you guys enjoy the rest of the convention, we just saw one of the featurettes that you created for our sets. Talk about that experience a little bit, being able to use that video expertise and the graphics to create featurettes for the DVDs.
Well, that was cool because it was all fan featurettes. So I know like Collect 'em All, the 4th box set featurette. I actually went on our YouTube channel. I just said anybody that wants to send us collection stuff, send it, and I'll try to work it in. And a lot of you guys actually did respond to it.
Yeah, that was really cool seeing all those videos.
Like some of those people, like we met for the first time, and some of them we ended up becoming friendly with, and some of them are here today.
Yeah, we met quite a few of them. They've come by the booth, and it's great to meet everyone who contributed because I was producing some of the others. You guys got to produce those, and so I didn't get to interact with them until now, and they're really great people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good community.
Yeah, it's fun. So
I got to tell you, those are actually some of my favorite featurettes on the set. So I appreciate all the work that you guys put into them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, we're going to go now to the final featurette that we even made for our Legacy set, and that is the Ranger Tales for the Megaforce cast. So let's go to Megaforce Ranger Tales. Thank you, Bruno.
Are you trying to get rid of us? But I just, if I could, can I take the microphones?
Out.
Yep.
There's a guy on set whose name is Chris Auer, and he's the first AD. And if you asked Chris what this show was, he's from Virginia. He would say, well, the kids are having fun, and then a monster attacks, and then they beat the monster, and then the monster gets big, and then the kids get into a big machine, and then they beat the monster, and the world is safe again. And then they do it again next week. I don't know. Let's go. Action! So that's Power Rangers for you. There's a villain trying to constantly destroy the world, and we are the attitudinal teens, if that's a word, who just take him down.
Power Rangers!
I worked at a company and as a private contractor, and they would hook me up with jobs where I go to children's parties and do like treasure hunts and birthday parties, and then we would do big events sometimes too, and big performances and stage shows. And one of our biggest characters was Power Rangers. So I would go play Power Rangers at like little kids' parties before I ever actually booked Power Rangers, and kids loved it. I mean, those kids are the best.
I actually watched the original Mighty Morphin when I was young, when it first came out, so I was familiar about Power Rangers when I auditioned for it. And also, the Pink Ranger was my favorite Ranger, Kimberly. But actually, I didn't even go in for the Pink Ranger. I went in for the Yellow Ranger.
The first audition I went in on, I brought my boken, which is like a practice katana, a wooden katana, and I brought it in, and as soon as I walked in, I was like, yeah, I was the only guy to bring a sword. This is awkward. Well, whatever. Let's just do it, you know? And so I went in the room and I did a whole bunch of weird tricks, and they were like, wow, you can play with a sword. I was like, yeah, I can. And then it all went from there.
Morphers, power cards, Megazords? All of this tech, how do we use it?
All will be revealed in time.
If the Earth is under attack, and you think we're the ones to protect it, we're in.
Megaforce, your mission starts now.
Oh boy, I'm worried already.
You selected well, Tensu. They'll be fine.
Day one was the scene in episode 1 with the classroom, where all of us are sitting there and Noah, you know, she's wrong. And Jake, you know, taps him on the shoulder, just chill out, bro. And that scene was the first thing we shot, if I remember correctly. And it's a whole bunch of Kiwi kids in the classroom. So we got in there, and the first thing I felt was like, oh my gosh, we are the only Americans in this country. This is it. We're the Americans. And so it became synonymous to be American and a Power Ranger all of a sudden. So I was like, overcome with this feeling of I'm a superhero and a patriot and I'm gonna fight for my country, and you know, it was very noble in my head. And then the first time you put on the spandex and it's super tight, you know, you stand there and you go, wow, this is what it's like to be a patriot. All right, let's do it. Every day.
Something big is clearly going on here, so be ready for anything.
Then what are we waiting for?
Right. It's Morphin time!
Go, Megaforce!
The 5 of us, Drew, Christina, Ciara, John, and me, all lived in the same house.
I was like, we should not live together because it's going to be Power Rangers Real World New Zealand. This is what's going to happen, guys, if we live together.
So we all actually got to know each other on and off set. We'd work with each other, we'd come home, and we'd hang out with each other.
We got close really fast. Yeah, we became a family.
I can't believe it. Creepbox is actually gone. Now I finally have a chance to relax a little bit.
Yeah, if that isn't a reason to celebrate, God, I don't know what is.
Celebration with a capital? Yeah, boy!
Nice moves, bro.
Azim, if you have a question, you go to Azim. Azim knows everything, so just go to Azim if you ever have any questions.
Jake is out there, man. He's totally optimistic about life. I share that quality with him. And he's just got this super confidence about him that doesn't really make sense. Like, he shouldn't be that confident about everything, but he is, and it works.
You are so beautiful.
Christina is probably the most like her character because Emma is very reserved most of the time, and when she speaks out, it's usually to say something that alters the course of the episode. And she's very much like that in real life. She's very quiet, she's very reserved, but when she does come out and say something, it's got some sort of importance to it.
Since you have met adversity in your life with great skill, you shall be the Red Ranger, and like the dragon, you will serve as the team's leader.
There must be a mistake here. I'm new in town.
There is no mistake. You have been chosen because of your skills and character.
Drew, we call him Drew. On set, he's really, really quiet. And then all of a sudden, he'll just come out with saying, I don't know, something that's just so bizarre and shocking and really, really funny out of nowhere, out of the blue. And it's just so, he's really funny, but you wouldn't expect it. It's just like all of a sudden he hits you with something and you're just like, what? Did you just say that?
You know, I guess Drew is quite a bit like his character. Troy is really into physical fitness. He's very engaged and he's very focused. And so is Drew. Drew is extremely focused. He's got, I think, like 3 businesses or something like that he owns. A nonprofit organization, a clothing line, and a business. And he's opening up a health center in Pennsylvania. And like, he's very focused in life. And he's doing all of this while he's doing all the Power Rangers related work. So it's really impressive. I don't think he sleeps very much, and he might have one of those things from Harry Potter that like turns back time. So that's a possibility. I haven't ruled it out.
I could carry your books for you if you want.
Wow, how retro of you.
The least like their character is probably Ciara, because Ciara is very bubbly, and she's very friendly. It always seemed to me that Gia had this like edge to her, like she's always trying to get ahead in life. And Ciara's just not that way. She's really nice.
Ciara was my rock. We shared a trailer. When I was having a really hard time, I'd lean on her, and she was really there for me, and she's awesome. She's such a sweetheart.
Gia just beats Jake down the whole season, you know, the whole season. Oh, I get turned down so many times. It's like real life on screen.
Who am I kidding? I'm never gonna be strong enough. You know, you were always the gung-ho guy, and I was always the, you know, slightly nerdy type.
Slightly.
John is really, really good at impressions.
He's hysterical.
He made everybody on set, everybody in the cast and crew laugh so much. He's so fun. Everybody's actually really funny, but John has a talent.
They look like they've been waiting for us.
Then let's not disappoint them.
Before we started shooting the first season, they did 2 weeks of training in New Zealand when we first got there, physical training. But throughout the whole series, every day that we were on set with them, they would teach us new things, and we'd learn new choreographed fights, and it was really, really, really cool.
I had a lot of experience coming into Power Rangers with stage combat, and I'd done jiu-jitsu and a little taekwondo and stuff. And so the kicking came a little more naturally. I've done a lot of parkour, so the rolling and the reactions and the jumping stuff, all that it came very easily to me. But I still had to work at it because they were pros.
We have to help them.
Right.
Ah! Don't hurt them. Just get them to come after you and tire them out. Once they get tired, it'll be easier to round them up and quarantine them.
Kazu, the main guy, he was kind of our head trainer. There was Kazu, and then there'd be Masaki and Yuji were the two directors. And Kazu had a shoulder thing, right? Because, he messed it up doing a triple front flip like the rest of us. And then I asked him one day, can you even do a cartwheel? And he said, no. So I don't use hands. I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, I just do aerial. I was like, really? Can I see? And he goes, sure. So that's who we learned from.
Gosei told us the morphers will give us power. Let's use them. Follow my lead. It's morphin' time. Go, Mega Boys!
The full morphing sequence, which we never, I guess I don't want to say never, but I'm pretty sure if it happened, it was only like once or twice. Got to do the whole thing beginning to end. It's 9 moves, which is not a lot of moves, but we got to do them all in sync. So one person messes up on any of those 9 moves, now we got to do it all over again. The hardest part is getting the card in the morpher. Because there's a bit where, you go here and hold the card up so that you can see it, and then you have to go like this, and the card like in the morpher, and then they come, okay, cut! So, and you just hold it, and somebody will come up and put a little piece of sticky tape there, and then we push the card down to stick on it, but it's got to be there already, and then, okay, yeah!
It really does make you feel like a superhero. Like, I love that whole thing we do. But that morpher, and you get so into it, you'd hold it so tight, and the way it's made is like when you hold it, it indents into your hands.
The morphers have a personality of their own. They're also very large. So you pull it out, and some of them, the mouthpiece would come all the way out, and some of them you'd close it, and it would stay in, but it would fall down. So I don't even know how many takes there are of this. There's got to be hundreds of all 5 of us going, ha! And just one person's mouth falls open. And you just go, cut! Okay, let's do it again. Come on. And they go, I'm sorry. Because it was usually Christina.
It was. Or I'd be the slowest. Or... Yeah, I had morpher problems. I still loved it, though. Still love and hate a relationship with my morpher.
But when you really needed them to work, they did. There was bits where we would have to do click, ha, and then there'd be a massive explosion. In a shot like that, they're going to spend like 30 minutes setting up, right? Because they got to place the wires, they got to fill the tanks with gas. They usually have the bombs pre-made. And then there's a whole process whereby everybody gets a safety speech. We get walked in from like all the way around. It's very controlled so that nobody gets hurt. So you set it like 30 minutes setting up that shot. If that morpher had opened on that thing, that sucks. That would have sucked. But it never did. Those were the times where it stayed good. So you got to give the morphers that.
All right. Open up and say, ah.
Open up what?
Right. Your mouth doesn't open.
Ep 16, Rico, he kicks a soccer ball past our heads, and it flies by at robotic speed and goes whoosh. And to get that effect of wind, they have this, it's like one of the snowblower machines. So when you turn the thing on, it blows air at like 60 miles an hour or something. And so they pointed it right at our face, like a foot away. Action, whoosh, and it just blasts your cheeks,
Rangers, morph now!
What? Why?
Morph!
You heard him. It's morphin' time! The invasion! It started!
Season 21 was a real treat.
There's going to be a lot of surprises and a lot of people that are going to come together and like really, really fight those bad guys to save the Earth. So, I mean, I think the fans are really excited about that battle.
The writers for season 2 got to know us a little bit better while we were shooting season 1, which was pretty much already written by the time we got there. And so season 2 was written a lot more for us as opposed to season 1. So to me, it all felt a lot better. It felt very, the whole thing felt very natural, very fluid.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. They're really, really going to be happy, I think, hopefully. Hold hands, everyone. We wish that our world will soon live in peace and harmony, and that our planet will one day be free of harm and pollution.
When I got told that I booked this, it was such a cluster of emotions, I hardly knew what to think. And now, being on the tail end of it all and looking back, it just was such a positive experience. It's changed my life, you know, it's changed my life for the better.
To be a part of the Power Ranger legacy, I just feel really lucky to be given the opportunity to be a role model to all these young kids, to be able to tell these stories that teach them about friendship and teamwork and confidence and about standing up for, you know, what you believe in.
I got to go to New Zealand and shoot Power Rangers. That's it, you know. That has changed me for life. So I just I really hope everybody loves it. I really hope it you know, makes everybody smile and keeps everybody as happy as it made me. Are you ready? Yes, here we are. My name is Azim Rizk. I play Jake Halling, the Black Ranger. Ready for this.
Have you been injured in a car crash that wasn't your fault? Have you gotten hurt on the job? Do you think neck braces are sexy? I'm Frank Backlot, and I'm here to make all your problems go away. I bring years of experience and the brand new Shout Factory TV Backlot show to back you up. It's a free internet series you can watch free while I put my law degree to good use. Did I mention it's free? I fight for the little guy so he can see exclusive interviews with famous, beautiful stars. I stand up against the big, evil corporations who want to keep you from learning interesting, behind-the-scenes facts about your favorite movies and TV shows. Look! I even have an iPad. I also have one of these thingies. What is this thing?
A Roku.
Oh, it's a Roku. I can Roku you free of any charges and get back to watching Shout Factory TV Backlot Show and the episodes that make everyone happy. Plus, if I don't win your case, you don't pay. Unless you want to give me money anyway. All you have to do is find me by going to www.shoutfactorytv.com. Let Frank Backlot fight for you.
Hidden within our planet's ocean is another world. A place of wonder that the largest, most majestic creatures call home. These animals were hunted to the brink of extinction. Until they sang their way into our hearts. as we follow a brilliant team of scientists and rescuers on an adventure into this hidden world where new discoveries will take your breath away. And witness one of the most inspiring tales of hope the ocean has ever seen. McGillivray Freeman's Humpback Whales 3D, presented by Pacific Life. Coming soon, life-size to giant screen theaters.
Welcome back to Power Morphicon Live 2016. I am with the iconic Princess Shayla of Wild Force herself, Ms. Anne-Marie Crouch. Welcome.
Thank you so much. This is pretty awesome.
It's a really big deal for us. This is not just your first Power Morphicon. This is your first convention, right?
Ever. This is the first, yes, that I've finally come out of my sleeping up in the sky and thought I'd come out for a weekend and have some fun. So yes, this is my first convention ever.
So we have to know your first impressions, 3 days of Power Morphicon. Right. How's the show gone for you?
You probably hear from each person like, oh, it's amazing and all this kind of stuff, but it really is. I mean, look at all these fans and these people that really make up the Power Ranger family.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm the one really this week to feel the most thankful and the most blessed that I can be here and finally meet all of these fans that they truly do make this happen.
I think it's pretty mutual. I think they feel very, very fortunate to be able to meet you. The thing that we love about the convention is how it seemed to grow over the years. We get not just more attendees, but we get a lot more vendors. We get a lot more cast members.
Right.
What had you heard about Power Morphicon leading up to your first year?
Well, really, I had heard about it and had been invited. At the time, I live in Florida. So I have a small talent agency there that I help coach and train aspiring talent to eventually fly on their own and move out to California. So I was busy with that, and I just never made the time to come. And then finally Allison, the Yellow Ranger on Power Rangers Wild Force, she and I have stayed really good friends. I've stayed friends with all of them, but she and I talked the most, and she just said, Anne-Marie, when are we gonna see each other? And I said, I don't know, because I'm on the East Coast now. And she said, why don't you come out for this convention? So they invited me again, and I thought, you know what, this is just the perfect time.
Absolutely.
To take this step and to come out and meet people that I've been online friends with for a long time, but I've never met in person. So
that's the amazing thing. We've met a number of people here that we interact with on Twitter and Facebook regularly, and now they're real people who are here talking to us.
Exactly.
It's fantastic.
Exactly.
So I have to ask, going into your role on Wild Force, how much had you known about the Power Rangers going in?
Into my role? Well, let me put it back to when I first got the audition, because as actors, we get auditions all the time, and my preparation, I said, okay, Power Rangers. I actually was auditioning for the Yellow Ranger.
Oh, wow.
At the time. Now, I knew Power Rangers. I had seen a few episodes, but I went to, do you remember Blockbusters?
Oh, yes.
Yes, so I went to a Blockbusters, and I rented a few VHS copies of Blockbusters to watch to really get the feel of the show. So I had known it, especially from being from Japan. I lived in Japan for several years.
Oh, wow.
It's, I think, my favorite place in the whole world. So I had a special place already in my heart for that. So I watched it, and then throughout a 6-month process, I auditioned a lot and never actually auditioned for the princess, believe it or not. And that's the role I got.
They knew they wanted you somewhere.
The producer, he was awesome. Later we spoke about it, and he says, every time you came in, whether it was for the Yellow Ranger or Toxica, I even auditioned for the evil villain, he goes, I saw the princess. And so when they called me that I booked the job, they said, my manager was like, Anne-Marie, you've just been, booked Princess Shayla on Power Rangers Wild Force. I said, Princess who? Like, I never even
Did
read
we
for
audition
that.
for that?
I know, exactly.
So
that was awesome.
Describe that process of working on the show for those months.
Well, when I found out, originally they had cast a different lady for the princess. And so when I found out, it was the first of the year, and I was in Florida visiting family. And so it was I remember it was a Thursday afternoon, right after New Year's. And I got a call from my manager. He said that I got the part. He said, you start shooting Monday morning. I was like, okay, I'm in Florida. So Friday I flew back. Saturday we made the dresses. They gave me 5 episodes of scripts.
Right.
Because they'd already been shooting.
Right.
And Monday morning, and I think it was 4:45 or something, I was in a makeup chair. So that was the beginning process. So really, I didn't have time to really take in the whole story before we started filming. So it was neat. The first month, that's when it started to morph and everything started to make sense. And I felt much more comfortable and understood my place with the Rangers and the Wild Force.
So describe that feeling of seeing the show on television for the first time.
Oh, wow. I mean, for an actor, this is a dream come true.
Right.
Because, for actors, we might enjoy cast mates for 1 week if we're on a show. But to spend an entire year with these friends that will be family forever, and then to sit together and the opening credits where the princess, swings around and smiles, and to see your name. I'm speechless.
Oh,
the princess is speechless.
I can only imagine. Is there anything at the convention that you're looking forward to seeing over the next couple of hours that it's open?
I think really to just walk around and take it all. I've been mainly at my booth meeting people, but I would love to just walk around and take it all in, and I feel like many of the fans have become friends now, that I see them again and recognize this. So really that's the main thing that I want to do, is just take it all in, every single moment.
So I have to ask, because one of the most fun things about the show is the props themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any fun experiences with props?
I love green screen because you can get a little silly and a little crazy. So, when you have orgs we had a tire org.
Right.
So the tire org, and I got to play around on green screen and act like I was spinning in that. So I think green screen was my favorite. And then when we went on location, there was a tire org that was larger than I, and I have a great picture of it with my tire org. So I think he was my favorite org, but the props, just amazing. And
you can't have good Power Rangers without good Power Ranger props.
Good Power Ranger props, that's true.
Well, we're going to take you to a featurette that we created for our box sets all about the props of Power Rangers. We're going to go to that now. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie.
Oh, thank you, and thanks to y'all. Go Wild Force.
And then there were the props. Any sci-fi show, there's going to be propage. It's all unique. It's something you've never seen before.
The props are insane, insanely cool though, not insane oh.
The props on Power Rangers were really cool.
It helps explain the whole universe for an audience, and it also helps explain the whole universe for an actor or a character.
The reality, of course, is it's a plastic toy. But when you hold it, to me it wasn't a plastic toy. This was a Power Ranger gun.
Anything the actor holds is a prop. If Billy comes into the command center and he's got a device, I have to have that device for him. If he has a watch, a communicator, anything like that is a prop. Normally, when I work on the bigger shows, we have companies build the props, but we didn't have that luxury. So when they needed a device to destroy the world, so on this show, which made it exciting and ridiculous, was I had to run out and come up with a device that destroys the world for the next episode. But luckily on Power Rangers, a slinky with a flashlight attached to it, spray painted green, could destroy the world.
Sometimes we would just write a device, a weapon, and he would just come up with something crazy and unique looking that we would say, perfect, great, let's shoot it.
It was great because in the early days, I'd go to the swap meet or garage sales to find pieces to glue together with a hot glue gun. And then the episode would play. And then a month later, I'd be at that same swap meet and there'd be posters of the Power Rangers holding that device that I had bought at that swap meet. I mean, it was like a shower clock with a G.I. Joe piece on screwed to it. And what's funny about that is I talked to kids as they got older, and they would go into the garage and take their toys and break them and make Billy props and spray paint it blue. We would have these constant show and tells, we called them, where the prop guy you'd go to his prop department and he would show you, here's the zapper for this episode, and here's the morpher, and here's the ninja whatever.
He had everything laid out, and we were just looking at the morphers and our badges and the phasers. For me, being such a huge fan and growing up in the martial arts, I was just jaw-dropping, eyes open. I was like, oh my gosh. And I'm looking, and we're like, can we touch, can we pick this stuff up?
The props department was one of my favorite departments to visit. One, because they had a ping pong table, and two, because they had just like all the toys. You could just pick stuff up and start playing with it, and they were totally cool with it.
We never really got to hold anything for too long because, of course, the props department was making sure that we weren't playing around with things. They didn't want anything to break.
The prop department on Rangers kind of hated me, to be honest, because I fiddle with things. And I would just, in the middle of a take, I'd just pick up whatever was sitting on the table and be playing around with it, and then all of a sudden it would break. And I'd awkwardly try and put it to the side.
One day I went into the prop truck when my nephew came to visit, and I started pulling out some of the bad guy weapons. The prop guy let me, but I got to show him, and he thought it was really cool.
Jason Frank, my problem with Jason Frank was, he would take it and go home with it. He would go, I want to show it to the kids at a party. So I'd come and where's the, the Green Ranger dagger? Oh, it's at my house. I'll bring it to you. But that was the only thing that he would do it. I shouldn't say they. Jason Frank would do it. But I'm still tight with him. He's still bugging me.
Ready? Ready. Ninja Storm, Thunderstorm, Ranger Storm. One of my favorite props was my morpher that I wore on my wrist because it was really cool.
Well, when we first learnt how to use our morphers, that was a great day because we all had these little things that we'd played with as kids, and then suddenly we're holding them and we're using them to morph into our Power Rangers.
Our morphers were cell phones before they were iPhones, so they were these flip phones. Those were kind of cool.
Our morpher spun, and you'd spin it up. There's a few times it's spinning off into the camera lens, spinning off into, poor old Glenn's eye. That could be troublesome, but that was also a lot of fun working with things like that.
Our morphers gave us the most trouble, definitely. Especially standing in formation with our morph, we have to do that swipe. So there were a few times that we got a little too close. One time Najee got me in the face and broke the morpher in the process. There were times when it would slip out of our hands and just fly across set. Plus it comes out of the infamous Ranger pocket, which doesn't really exist, where you just kind of grab from behind. So you have to set it up in a way where it's just in your belt or in your back pocket, and that always makes for problems.
We still have some morphers laying around here, actually. So just for the kids have had them over the years, and we just never got rid of them, but we have a couple that are unopened.
I actually, I gave mine away to an auction at the last Morphicon, because I had my actual one from SPD.
Mine actually had to be mended several times because I accidentally ripped it off. You lose your temper in the heat. Nobody's looking. You can't get it undone. It gets ripped. But we could just run to Walmart to get another one.
I had a great moment. We were second unit. We were shooting some thing somewhere else, and we had 3 units going. Well, on second unit, they needed morphers. I didn't have any morphers there. Literally went to, not Target, to Walmart, bought a bunch of morphers, and I'm thinking, what a great commercial this would be, for Walmart, where the Power Rangers are waiting to morph, and I'm scratching out his, the American ones said Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and on what we did was it just says Power Rangers, and I'm putting on these paper stickers and driving, trying to get to the location. We got a lot of speeding tickets because our locations were always at parks. There were always these last-second things, flying them up. But yeah, that did happen a couple of times where I bought the toy at a store, took it to them, and then they morphed with the toys.
I think that's what's so cool is people that buy the morphers, they're actually getting the morpher that we actually wore on the show. It's not like we had this special metal titanium thing that transformed you. Well, of course we did, but that's secrets. That's secrets.
Ours were sunglasses, which I thought were really cool.
The original morphers were meant to be the wrist morphers that they used in the Japanese, but they redesigned the morphers to sunglass morphers, solar morphers, which are awesome. So they were like a fully functional sunglass that you could communicate with and also morph with.
When we did our morph, we flicked our heads, and I must have been really, really violent with my head flicking. I'm surprised I didn't get whiplash, because I bashed off about 4 or 5 pairs of sunglasses, and someone told me on about the 3rd pair, and it just chill out because they're about $500. And I was like, whoa, and suddenly I felt really, really bad and stuff like that. So then you might notice my morphs got a little ridiculous, lamer.
They actually sticker taped them to her head so they wouldn't fall. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, they weren't, I don't think. I think they are retail for $40 or something like this, and they've got a lot of them, so someone was taking the mickey. But yeah, they were fun. I liked having sunglasses at a morph.
All right, you want your car washed in 3 seconds? Simple. I think not.
There was some fun stuff to play with.
We had some great things to work with. We had some great weaponry.
I had this kind of axe thing. I got to throw that. I think I hit a crew member once by accident. I had to do this scene where I did this kind of front roll, and I got up on my knees, and I'm supposed to throw this axe, and they're holding up a sheet with an X on it, and that's kind of my target, kind of off camera. So I throw the axe, and I just bonk the guy in the head, and he's like, oh, it's bleeding. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hit you in the head. Felt terrible, but then we did it again, and I hit the X, but...
We had various props that we would use that you wouldn't expect to use as weapons that would be kind of the artful thing. Particularly, I remember Ziggy. I feel like he would grab spanners, or, he would incorporate the environment around him as weapons, so that was always really imaginative.
The Blue Ranger's gun in that season was gigantic. It was huge. But there was always amazing props. I mean, we had a pool table. We'd sit around in between shoots playing pool, and there was always stuff to play with.
I have a friend who makes fun of me. He'll oftentimes ask, why is your character's weapon a baton? What kind of weapon is a baton? And I'm like, shut up. I fought monsters with that baton. And I beat people up with it.
Our weapons were just amazing. Those spin swords, I couldn't stop playing with them.
The spin sword was one of my favorites, but it was quite heavy, so it was a little difficult to do our fighting scenes with that.
They were expensive, though. Each sword was $10,000, and there was one day we broke 3 of them. Well, I didn't.
You could just see how much care was put into keeping them perfect, and it's we had to fight in them, and I'd be so scared to, break it, or, they'd freak out when you did, but, what can you do? You're doing a fighting scene.
My character had the nunchucks, Yellow Ranger had the bow. So that I got to learn how to do nunchucks, which was awesome.
It was a challenge for me to try and have some weapons that were outside of the Sentai footage that would be unique to SPD, but that wouldn't promote violence, essentially. I kind of went more along the Star Trek influence with phasers that can be set on stun, but they weren't necessarily the action and shape of a gun.
Sort of resembled the USS Enterprise. It was the way you held it.
I think we fired them 2 different ways because we didn't know whether we should fire them like that or like that.
I made it as more of a defensive device where it protected your arm so you can, stop other things. It had a light, so it was more utilitarian. I wanted to definitely have some X-Files type moments where they were in the dark looking around, and then it just shot out a pulse, so there was no projectile. It seemed simple enough, but it was such a challenge, and to be able to pass it through the ranks and have all the standards and practices and the lawyers and the PTAs and everybody sign off on it, because it is a reality. I think, a lot of people I see on the Ranger board and stuff, they're like, why don't you do this? How come, it didn't make any sense? There's all this stuff. I don't know if anyone else has talked about it on the interviews, but you just jump through hoops after hoops of people that are just trying to make the show not have a negative influence on children. And it's a strange subject. Any given episode is going to have some kind of kicking or punching or fighting or shooting or blowing up, explosions galore. So in the design process, trying to find a way to make these props that could be considered, weapons and aggressive, but make them kind of seem safe and more defensive was something I really never had to deal with before. And I think what came out of it was some of the, my favorite things that I've ever put to paper and then brought to physical life.
Jen, I'm picking up mutant DNA.
I see it too. Let's go.
We would get these really great things like a watch that we'd have to pretend we saw a hologram on.
The communicator, that was, me and Yuta walking down Melrose and going, hey, this might work and this might, I'm proud of that.
I've been to conventions and people have had me sign them, and I found them on eBay and things like that. So much fun.
Those crystal balls that when we would get a Zord, these balls, we would do this and then, they would stop the camera and then they would put it in our hands. It would be like it appeared. Those things were rad. I wanted to steal one.
I really loved working with my soccer ball, I gotta say. They let me do a lot of really awesome tricks that I'd kind of forgotten I knew how to do. In episode 1, I got to do that fun fight with the soccer ball, and we got to add some other stuff in there.
My personal area of prop favorites was over in my workshop. I got a bunch of stuff up in the loft, over in the corner. I had my workshop, and it was really cool. I'd do that stuff in my spare time too, not creating things that are going to zap people, but work with wood, so I know my way around tools. So it was cool to go in there and pick up stuff and go in and just work your way around the workshop, find tools that they had in there and flick them around and sort of get comfortable with them, so you really believe that RJ is in that place and can work with those sort of things.
Other props as well, they'd have a shooting cheese gun or the pizza or something like that.
We got to learn how to do pizza. We had to do a full-on pizza training course. So I learned now how to make pizzas.
The props on Dino Thunder may be the most impressive that I have ever seen.
It was amazing, in New Zealand how the craftsmanship that those guys have is just fantastic. I mean, they don't have prop houses there, for example. So you can't go and say, I want to rent, a giant chair for the villain to sit in. Let's show me 5 of them. No, they go out there with a hammer and nails and wood, and they build you. Or if you want an ashtray for this specific room, they would make you an ashtray. It's not like they have a prop house, which was really cool and amazing about New Zealand.
There's an episode where I get sucked into a video game, and there's this gadget that I pull out and hook into the keyboard. That's probably one of my favorite ones.
I had a randomizer, I think it was called, where I could genetically make new creatures. That was really fun. There were lots of fun sort of levers and dials and things to turn that were Mesogog friendly. My hand, sometimes I couldn't do things with my hand as well as I would have liked to. I gotta say, I'm not sure if it qualifies as a prop, but the Mesogog chair was probably my favorite. The way that was built as sort of a throne really helped me get into the character. It was one of the first things that I did on the first day of shooting was kind of sat in this chair. And I put my Mesogog claws on there and I sort of rested them and leaned back and I thought, yeah, I'm gonna sit here and people are gonna come to me and I'm just gonna rip them, a new one. This is a good setup. So I think the chair and Mesogog's lair in general was very well done.
You guys came!
Of course we did.
Helmets. That was my troublesome one, because I thought half the time they couldn't even fit my head. But you're gonna have to deal with it because it's very, very important. And it used to make my nose look really big because that was so small.
Some people think that I had to wear leather gloves because I have a tattoo here on my wrist. But that is not why I had to wear leather gloves. It's more character-based. Every time he wanted to use his telekinetic powers, he would have to snap off his glove and take it off, wave his hand, feel, do whatever with it. The reason is because the glove contained that telekineticity, and that if he had not worn it, I'd be sitting on this chair and I'd touch the chair and I'd know everyone else that sat on this chair instantaneously and their memories would overpower me and so I had to wear these gloves. I love that reason. It was great and it made my character look badass, but in sweltering heat, having to take on and off a glove, sometimes I'd have to do it very quickly. I'd have to nail a mark. So my hand would have to come in, to flip it around, unclasp this, finger, 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 take it off. Do my power, and then be like, putting it on. Oh, is there a scene going on? Oh, I don't hear anything. Okay, I'm ready.
Actually, my least favorite prop, and this might be surprising, was I had a big staff. I had it with me all the time. And the staff was actually really heavy and cumbersome. It was taller than me, and I think it was like steel or lead or something in the middle, although it didn't look like it would be heavy. It was very heavy. The stunt team would come up with these, choreographed moves that I would have to do during a fight scene or something like that. And they're really fluid and graceful, and this staff was always worked into it initially and then promptly dropped because it was really heavy and there's just no way to do that. I don't even know if the directors or the stunt guys could have done that. So the staff was probably my least favorite because it had to be there because of the storyline, but it was hard to deal with. So definitely my staff was the least favorite.
Working for Saban was a great experience. I enjoyed the crew. Everybody on that show was there and had a great sense of humor, a lot of fun. I miss it. I missed working. As soon as I walked away from Power Rangers, and I had nightmares working on the Prestige, walking up to John Nolan with a Billy Blue telephone going, will this work for, you have those kind of nightmares thinking you want to bring that type of things but onto other films. But I just want to say I enjoyed it. There's a reason why people still love that show. It had some type of, charm that will be around for years to come. And I enjoy doing this. Thank you very much for the interview.
Introducing Shout Factory TV.
Who's with me? I'm with you! Who's with me?
A brand new multi-platform entertainment destination for pop culture junkies.
Let's party!
Watch cult and classic TV shows.
Hello, and welcome to the Satellite of Love.
Full-length movies. Legendary comedy.
Man of 1,000 faces. 1, 2.
Original specials.
Tape the show every week here?
Get a load of this guy.
Live streaming events.
Hi everyone, I'm Joel Hodson, the creator of Mystery Science Theater 3000. Welcome to Turkey Day 2013.
And more.
Welcome to your weekly shout out.
For free on any device. No subscription required. Head to ShoutFactoryTV.com and start watching instantly. Shout Factory TV, changing the channel.
There is an odd thing about death. When you are certain it is coming, you become impatient for its embrace.
We have been touched by plague. The Zamorphs brought unclean allies from the coast. Beasts of the sea. They kill everyone. They burn everything. We have mostly farmers and craftsmen. Sonja, teach them. Let them die fighting.
If any of you lowers your sword in combat, I will cut your craven head off myself.
Say what you will about her manners. She does know how to motivate me.
Men of Zamora, you know who I am. Get out of my way.
Conduct war, Red Sonja. Kill her! She's an animal!
I'm coming, sister. I'm coming for you, Anicia!
We have 5 times your number. You know we'll win.
But my side as the devil myself. Ha! Ha! My name is Red Sonja!
Unfortunately, we have to interrupt this bonus feature just at the tail end. I promise you're not missing much, but go and buy the DVD box set so that you can see the end of it. We just want to say thank you guys. They're going to shut us down here at Power Morphicon right here at 3 p.m. But we want to thank you for joining us for Power Morphicon Live 2016. We want to thank Scott Zillner and everyone at Power Morphicon, the cast, the crew members who have all talked to us, the fans. We couldn't have done this without you guys. It has been an absolute pleasure. My name is Brian Ward. Go to shoutfactory.com to see our sale going on this weekend with the promo code PRCONFREE to get some free shipping. That's Power Morphicon Live 2016. I'm Brian Ward. Have a great weekend.
Go, go, Power Rangers! Go, go, Power Rangers! Go, go, Power Rangers! You mighty morphin' Power
It is an odd thing about death. When you are certain it is coming, you become impatient for its embrace.
We have been touched by plague. The Zamorphs brought unclean allies from the coast, beasts of the sea. They kill everything. They burn everything. we have mostly farmers and craftsmen. Sonja, teach them. Let them die fighting.
If any of you lowers your sword in combat, I will cut your craven head off myself.
Say what you will about her manners. She does know how to motivate me.
Men of Zamora, you know who I am. Get out of my way.
Conduct war, Red Sonja. Kill her! She's an animal!
I'm coming, sister. I'm coming for you, Anicia!
We have 5 times your number. You know we'll win.
But my side has the devil, myself. Ha! Ha! My name is Red Sonja!
Transformers the Movie, the 30th Anniversary Edition, is now on DVD and for the first time on Blu-ray.
Who's Unicron? A planet that devours everything in its path. Die, Autobot! Megatron must be stopped, no matter the cost. Such heroic nonsense.
The 30th Anniversary Edition is mastered from a stunning new 4K transfer. Plus brand new bonus features.
When I did this one line that fans seem to remember and like, there was an eruption of cheers and applause.
Transformers the Movie, the 30th Anniversary Edition.
One shall stand, one shall fall.
Now available on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital download.
Miraculous! Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir, spots on.
Good thing you have friends in high places.
Could have done this on my own.
But we're the Cat and Bug team, remember?
Bug and Cat team, you mean.
Join Ladybug and Cat Noir.
Here, kitty, 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 come here.
As they defend Paris from the evil Hawk Moth.
Fly away, my little Akuma, and evilize him.
And his villainous creations.
Sure brings a whole new meaning to silent but deadly. I got wind that you were being blown away by a hairy situation.
Fewer puns, more action! Spots on!
Well, look what the cat drag did.
No cat dragged me anywhere. I flew in all on my own.
Miraculous. Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir, spots on.
The not-too-distant future is now with the official Mystery Science Theater 3000 YouTube channel. Subject yourself to the experiment with full movies from your favorite show, featuring righteous riffing from Mike, Joel, and the Bots. No time for a healthy and nutritious full episode? Celebrate MST3K Mondays with a new batch of classic clips released every week. Check out our top riffs and best of lists, 100% guaranteed to settle all internet debates. Warning, not an actual guarantee. Don't get the reference? Check out our special annotated episodes explaining all the jokes. Then lie to your friends about how knowledgeable you are. The MST3K YouTube channel, industry, science, and technology, bringing you state-of-the-art cheesy movies direct from the best brains at the Gizmonic Institute and Shout Factory.
Now, a motion picture so grand, so magnificent, and so vast, it spans 7,000 years.
No way! Yes way!
But it starts with Bill.
I'm Bill S. Preston!
Who was Joan of Arc? And Ted.
Noah's wife? We're in danger of flunking most heinously tomorrow.
A force from the future.
Can we go anywhere we want at any time?
You can do anything you want. Is putting history at their fingertips.
Let's reach out and touch someone.
They're traveling through time.
How's it going, Royal Ugly Dudes?
Put them in the Iron Maiden.
Excellent!
Execute them.
Bogus. How's it going, dude?
Faites-les
And they're making a big impression.
A historical babes.
Now they're home
Buddy, get together. Remember who your buddy is.
to trash the 20th century.
We got a live one here.
Keanu Reeves, Alex Winter, Napoleon,
We're from history.
Billy the Kid,
Oh my God.
Joan of Arc, Sigmund Freud,
Tell me about your mother.
You a musician?
Beethoven,
Genghis Khan!
Abraham Lincoln,
Party on, dudes!
Socrates, George Carlin,
We're history. If you guys are really us, what number are we thinking of? 69, dudes!
Bill and Ted's
Excellent! Excellent!
Excellent Adventure.
Party on, dude.
Introducing Shout Factory TV.
Who's with me? I'm with you! Who's with me?
A brand new multi-platform entertainment destination for pop culture junkies.
Let's party!
Watch cult and classic TV shows,
Hello, and welcome to the Satellite of Love.
full-length movies, legendary comedy,
Man of 1,000 faces. 1, 2.
original specials,
Tape the show every week here?
Get a load of this guy!
live streaming events,
Hi everyone, I'm Joel Hodson, the creator of Mystery Science Theater 3000. Welcome to Turkey Day 2013.
and more.
Welcome to your weekly shout-out.
For free on any device. No subscription required. Head to ShoutFactoryTV.com and start watching instantly. Shout Factory TV, changing the channel.
President's on line 1 calling about is everything okay with the alien space cloud from Planet 10, or should he just go ahead and destroy Russia?
Tell him yes on 1 and no on 2.
Which was yes, destroy Russia or number 2?
If you miss the train I'm on, you will know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Lord, I'm 1, Lord, I'm 2, Lord, I'm 3, Lord, I'm 4, Lord, I'm 500 miles from my home. 500 miles, 500 miles, 500 miles, 500 miles. Lord, I'm 500.
Have you been injured in a car crash that wasn't your fault? Have you gotten hurt on the job? Do you think neck braces are sexy? I'm Frank Backlot, and I'm here to make all your problems go away. I bring years of experience and the brand new Shout Factory TV Backlot show to back you up. It's a free internet series you can watch free while I put my law degree to good use. Did I mention it's free? I fight for the little guy so he can see exclusive interviews with famous, beautiful stars. I stand up against the big, evil corporations who want to keep you from learning interesting, behind-the-scenes facts about your favorite movies and TV shows. Look! I even have an iPad. I also have one of these thingies. What is this thing? A Roku. Oh, it's a Roku. I can Roku you free of any charges and get back to watching Shout Factory TV Backlot Show and the episodes that make everyone happy. Plus, if I don't win your case, you don't pay. Unless you want to give me money anyway. All you have to do is find me by going to www.shoutfactorytv.com. Let Frank Backlot fight for you.
Hidden within our planet's ocean is another world. A place of wonder that the largest, most majestic creatures call home. These animals were hunted to the brink of extinction. Until they sang their way into our hearts. Join us as we follow a brilliant team of scientists and rescuers on an adventure into this hidden world, where new discoveries will take your breath away. And witness one of the most inspiring tales of hope the ocean has ever seen. McGillivray Freeman's Humpback Whales 3D, presented by Pacific Life. Coming soon, life-size to giant screen theaters.